Everyone. Thank you everybody for coming. We're going to take a few more minutes before I open up the competition, but we do have another room right there through that door. It's kind of an overflow room. I think you should be able to hear what I'm saying from that room. Um, you can be anywhere at the conference to participate. I mean, as long as you're in person, you're eligible. Um, Wi-Fi might get a little bit crowded in this room. I think they might have like 30 megabits bandwidth for everybody here. So you might want to spread out and try different Wi-Fi networks if it starts getting too bad, especially for King of the Hill. But you can be anywhere. So if there's no space here, feel free to go to that room. Feel free to go downstairs. Feel free to go to the third floor, and we'll start in a few minutes. But if you haven't yet, make sure you sign up for the competition using the link at the top of this page. Hey everyone. Oh, this is louder than expected. Thank you everybody for being here. We're going to get started with the opening. Um, let's see. All right, so welcome to the sorry, didn't sleep much today. Inaugural CyberBay CTF 2025. Thank you everybody for coming. We have a lot of teams here. We have a lot of teams that are local. We also flew in, I think, at least 5 teams or 5 or 6 teams. We have University of Central Florida. We have United States Air Force Academy. We have a few conglomerate teams from various colleges and various high schools. Um, we have a team from Western Governors University. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for flying in, and everybody else who's local. Thank you for skipping your other commitments to be here. Um, we're really thankful for the conference to be able to provide us with support this event. Um, as you might have heard yesterday, the prize pool was increased, and so now the first place prize is $20,000. Um, we're gonna have big checks. We're gonna announce the winners at 3. But I'm going to quickly go over some of the logistics, answer any questions. Want to make sure that all of you have, if you have any questions about logistics, about rules, bring them up, and I'll try to answer them, just so we don't have any concerns about that later. All right, so once again, if you haven't registered for the competition yet, please make sure you use the link right at the top to do that. Well, I guess right in the middle. All right, so MetaCTF, if you haven't heard about us, we've been around since I guess unofficially since 2014, officially as a company since 2019. It was a side project when we started running CTFs for high school friends, and then we started doing it for more and more companies, and that's how we turned to a company. We recently rebranded to Skillbit. It's probably going to take us a few months, maybe 6 months, a year, to actually change everything to that. I hear the Cyber Patriot sound somewhere, so it sounds like I made a mistake. But we run a lot of events. We have an on-demand learning platform. Happy to talk to you all more about that later. But I'm going to start with the schedule. So right now at 9 a.m. we're doing a quick intro. The challenges are going to open at 9:30. At first, we're going to start with just Jeopardy style. We have the King of the Hill ready. We're just going to wait and see a little bit how the Jeopardy style goes before we release that. But our plan right now is to open the King of the Hill portion at 10:30. And is Nicola here? Nicola. Um, so they're going to be able to download the WireGuard configs right at when the competition opens. Should we? Okay, but we will be able to open the firewall like at a specific time. It's okay. Okay, so yeah. So once you log into I'll cover it later. Yeah, don't worry. So 10:30 we'll try to open King of the Hill. At 12:30 we're going to release additional Jeopardy style challenges. We do not plan to release any more challenges after 12:30. And so if there's a tie, the team that gets to the point value first is going to end up winning. Um, the CTF is going to end at 2:30. Our team is going to be really busy trying to pack up, trying to prepare the prizes. So um, if feel free to share solutions, to talk to each other, meet each other, to share solutions internally. Please don't publish the solutions on the internet. But if you email us, maybe next week or sometime after, we'll send you some of the solutions to the challenges as well. And then at 3 p.m. at the main um, room, at the main, I guess, the stage, but across the bridge, is where we're going to announce the winners. There's also going to be lunch. I think it's 12. Double check the conference schedule. You are allowed to bring food in here, so you can go grab lunch, come back here, bring food, and so that's totally fine. All right, so here are the updated prizes. The first place is going to get $20,000, second place $10,000, third place $5,000. Then we'll have $2,500 and $1,000. We if a student team does not place in the top 3, if the top 3 teams are not student teams, we'll guarantee that the top student team is also going to get $5,000. We also have a hacker village going on. So a lot of you checked it out yesterday. You also will have to check it out today because there are some challenges that some of the vendors have put together that are going to be included in the CTF. But we have some other raffle prizes like 3D printers and all kinds of other cool prizes. So if you get really bored with the CTF, you're welcome to check it out. So this event is going to be live streamed. We're not going to, share your screens. We're not going to reveal too much. So don't take too much bandwidth listening to the stream unless you're really interested. But we're going to talk. We're going to have a few interviews. Is there anybody here any teams that would be interested in being interviewed about, your experience at your college, about, cybersecurity, your career aspirations. Um, I might come after. Okay, yeah, we have a few folks. I'll come by after and just, see if you're interested. If you're, I imagine some of the teams are going to be really busy competing, so we'll see. But the live stream is going to be available, so you can refer to it later. You're welcome to share this link just to anybody else that you want. It's on YouTube, on our MetaCTF channel. Um, so if you want your relatives to see what's happening, what it is that you do, because my family still doesn't know what my job is. All right. So I sent out these rules the other day, but some I want to share a few clarifications. So you must be physically present in the conference to compete. I know there are some teams where some teammates haven't been able to come here. You have to be in person. So you can't be. You have to be a registered conference attendee. You're not allowed to create, share your password, your credentials with another person, and have two people share the same account, and so increase the team size. We're going to be monitoring those things. Um, you are not allowed to create multiple teams. Um, so one account per person, one team on the platform per team. Um, and if you have any questions or concerns, let me know. I mentioned this before, but you can be anywhere at the conference to compete. You can attend some of the talks and compete there. Just don't be rude to the speakers. You can be here, you can be there. Um, I think for announcements, if we have to make any clarifications or make changes to the challenges, I am going to announce them in this room. I'm also going to. What would you prefer? Would you prefer me just keep sending emails to everybody, or use Huva, or what's email? Okay, so if there are any major clarifications about challenges or things like that, I'll send out an email to everybody. Um, all right, and I mentioned this before, but anybody who's here can compete. So coaches, you're welcome to sign up, and you can compete for the grand prize. You also can merge teams. So if there's, you have a two-person team from one college, you have a two-person team from another college, or a coach, you're welcome to merge teams and compete. Where there's no major distinction between student and non-student teams besides that special extra prize. So everybody's welcome to sign up. All right, so you are allowed to use AIs, LLMs, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Llama, whatever you want. But please make sure that you are not using any paid APIs, because we might change that rule in the future. Because but I think for now we're going to enforce that rule. So if you can use AI, but don't use anything paid. You're allowed to use free trials, um, as long as it's free and as long as everybody else has the same access to it. Hypothetically, if they find it, don't like put, if it's your own company that's has a free trial, it's only accessible to you. It has to be accessible to everybody. Um, so scoring, we're going to use dynamic scoring. On the problems page, you'll see a link to this formula, but this is I'm not going to guess what kind of function this is. Well, I guess I should. Exponential. Um, so if you all the challenges are going to start at 500 points, and as the team solve the challenges, as more and more teams solve this challenge, the point value is going to increase. It's going to decrease. It's going to decrease retroactively for all the teams. So even if you were the first one to solve the challenge, your score is going to get reduced once other teams solve it. There is no first blood points in the CTF, so it's just the dynamic formula, and it changes based on the number of teams that have solved at least one challenge. So your point value might go down and then might come back up. But yeah, if you have any questions about that, let me know. So King of the Hill. At 10:30, we're gonna open up the King of the Hill competition. As soon as the competition starts, on the problems page, you'll be able to see a link to download your WireGuard configs. WireGuard is a VPN protocol. There's a tool that you can download, a WireGuard client that you can download. It's gonna connect you to a network where we have, I think, 10 services. Each of those services, is its own virtual machine. On HTTP port 9999, Okay, haven't been vetoed. There's going to be an owners.txt file and an info.txt file. The info.txt file is going to contain some information about, um, what the challenge is, and mostly about where the location of the file system of the owners.txt file. You need to keep those files up because our scoring checker is going to needs to be able to read them. Then on that same VM, there's going to be some kind of service. It might be Linux, it might be Windows, it might be a web app, it might be some other random protocol. So you can use whatever you want to attack those boxes. Once again, the bandwidth is pretty limited, so don't don't try to DDoS those boxes through the VPN. But every check is 2 minutes, and after every check, after every 10 checks, the VMs are going to reset. So whether you you own the VM, whether if the VM hasn't been owned by anybody, every 10th check the VM is going to reset, and it's going to pop up on a new IP address. The IP addresses will change. And then we have another rule where if your team has had access to that VM for 15 checks total, your direct access to that VM you're going to lose it for 15 checks. And let me see. Yeah, so you'll regain access after 15 consecutive checks where you don't have where you haven't had access to that VM. This means that you will just have to pivot. So you won't be able to access the VM directly, but if you have access to another VM, you're certainly welcome to hack this VM from that VM. Any questions about King of the Hill scoring? You'll get 1 point for every check every 2 minutes per VM that you own. You're going to get 3 points if you're the first team to own that VM. The scores will be normalized, so we're going to take the percentage. We're going to take the maximum King of the Hill score, and we're going to calculate the percentage of everybody's team score towards that King of the Hill. We're going to multiply that by 20%, and then we're going to do the same thing with Jeopardy style and multiply that by 80%. And so that's going to be the final score. Yeah.
Are you gonna write the team's name or the usernames?
So in the owners.txt file, you're going to put your team ID, and that team ID is going to be listed in the problems page. It's going to be a string. Team is lowercase, and then there's just a number, like team 7,905. You'll see that on your problems page. Make sure it's correct. Make sure it's there are no typos, because if you have another team ID, that team is going to get the points, and if you have a team ID that doesn't exist, you're not going to get the points. So make sure that's correct. And if you have any questions, let us know. Nicola is the one setting up King of the Hill, so he'll have the most answers. Any other questions about King of the Hill?
So, and I might have missed it, but so when it goes down after the score check, it comes back up to screen, right?
Yep. Yep. So the resets should only take a minute or so. They're not going to be long because we're going to keep the other VM live. We're just going to swap take one down and open up the other one to the network. So resets will be relatively quick. Yeah.
For the Jeopardy CTF,
Mhm.
so there's no actual advantage of getting the challenge first. So everyone gets the same points
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah. So there is no advantage to getting to solving a challenge first. Yeah. There's no first blood points.
Hey, Roman.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the questions for people who are watching online?
So the question was, is there an advantage to being the first team to solve a challenge? And the answer is no. There are no first blood points in this competition besides King of the Hill. So in Jeopardy style, first blood points. In King of the Hill, there are first blood points. Any other questions about King of the Hill or Jeopardy style? All right. In terms of hints, because this is a pretty competitive competition where we're not going to be giving a lot of hints, we will confirm if the challenge is up and running as expected. If you ask me a question and I answer it, there's a good chance that I'm going to send out an email and share that answer with everybody. So don't ask me questions that you don't want everybody else to hear. Let's see what else we have. So you can be on any Wi-Fi. There's Marriott Conference that you can use MetaCTF as the password. There's the CyberBay Wi-Fi that you can use. I think the password is on the back of your badge. Um, Depending on where you are, it might be fast, it might be slow. So play around, try different Wi-Fi networks and see what works best. All right. If you need a virtual machine, especially if some of you teams who haven't participated in CTF before, on the problems page, you will see a link to get a free browser accessible VM in our cloud labs. So you can use that code there. So how many of you, this is the first time participating in the CTF? I think most teams here are pretty experienced. I'm wondering if I should give an intro to CTF talk. And all right, okay. I think I'll skip that part. So well, I'll mention flag format. So our platform is pretty lenient with flags. Um, most of our challenges are going to be in the MetaCTF curly brace, string with underscores, curly brace format. Some challenges we can't have that. Like if it's asking for an IP address, we can't put MetaCTF in the IP address. So there are going to be exceptions. Our platform does not care if you put the MetaCTF tag in or not. So as long as you have the middle portion, it doesn't care about capitalization. It doesn't care about spaces. So as long as you have something that looks right, it should accept it. Challenges don't have red herrings. I'm pretty sure most of them. And so if you find something that looks like this, you probably found the right answer. And if it's not being accepted, it's probably our fault. So let us know. We're not going to change any points after the competition is over, unless we suspect cheating. We're gonna review things. But if often I see people who have the right answer, and then like our platform might have a typo, and they just never talk to us. And like after we announce the winners, they come to us and say, oh, like we had this flag, but it wasn't submitting. Come talk to us before we announce the winners, before we close the competition. Some of the vendor challenges are going to be in a different format, so pay attention to that. Let's see, any questions? All right, so the challenges are going to open in 7 minutes. Good luck. All right. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. So there's a question about submitting incorrect flags. Most questions you have 50 attempts for as a team. There's no penalty for incorrect submissions. Yeah. So another reminder, if you have not signed up for the competition yet, make sure you follow this link right here. Right here. Yeah. So you're not going to see the competition from your dashboard. The only way you're going to get access to this competition is if you follow the link. Yep.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
I think it's going to the
We're going to the big speakers.
yeah.
Don't worry,
No. Yeah.
we're gonna make it so you can't hear me now. Okay, great. Now we're good. All right, okay.
Right.
So the audio there was just going to the big PA system in the entire room, which was not what we had intended. We just wanted the audio to come to you here on the live stream. But anyways, good morning from Tampa. My name is James Rice, and this morning I am joined by the one, the only Roman, and we're here to talk about the MetaCTF challenge that's going on here this morning. So, Roman, welcome. Why don't you explain a little bit about just who you are and what this competition is and what everyone is here doing this morning?
Yeah, thank you, James. So my name is Roman. I'm the co-founder of a company called MetaCTF. We recently rebranded to Skillbit, but we are here in Tampa at the CyberBay 2025 conference, running a Jeopardy-style capture the flag competition with a King of the Hill component. So it's the conference is run by the Bellini Capital Group, University of South Florida, Cyber Florida, and we actually have some really big prizes. We have $40,000 in cash prizes, with first place team getting $20,000. Um, we had a competition about a month ago where we actually sponsored several teams to fly to this conference. So we have some folks from the United States Air Force Academy, Western Governors University, University of Central Florida, and a few other conglomerate teams that from multiple universities.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah, maybe if we take a look at the scoreboard here, and pull up just some of the teams we can
yeah,
get an appreciation for. That was something that immediately jumped out at me was a lot of the teams seem like they were from school, which is sort of what I
yeah,
expected, but a lot of them are not. And given
mhm,
a high school like that, that really goes to show you've got some students here that are competing against
yeah.
actual professionals. Um, we are at the beginning of the day. The competition just kicked off about 15 minutes ago. Do you have a prediction as to whether the students are going to take this or the professionals so that I can hold you to it at the end of
Yeah.
the day? What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, I will say that currently the two teams in the top are student teams, and historically, so we run some large competitions, 4,000, 5,000 participants, but
Hmm.
like many years ago, and we always come into the competition thinking, oh, like we need to make sure that we have a special prize for students because we're worried that the students are gonna, be at the bottom of the scoreboard and the professionals are gonna end up winning. And every year we're wrong. And so what happens is that students are trying to disqualify themselves from being students just so they can be higher on the non-student scoreboard.
Mm.
And so my prediction this year is that the student teams are going to win.
There's going
Yeah.
to be good competition.
Yeah.
So, having said that, while we have the scoreboard up, why don't we make it just a quick comment? Now, I'm seeing 29 teams. Is that the size, the scope here, and how big
Yeah.
are
I
the
mean, so,
teams?
so the
Yeah, sure.
we flew in several teams to participate for the big prize, but also, I mean, anybody at the conference is welcome to participate. So
Hmm.
I expect we're going to have.
Which the conference for the last day was give or take 1,000 people,
Yep.
something like
Yep.
that. So, yeah, okay, cool.
So we're expecting a few more folks to join and check out the competition throughout the day. But currently we have 29 signed up, so it looks like 23 teams have solved at least one challenge.
Hmm.
Yep.
Very cool. And a lot of the teams here, I'm seeing the scores change just live right here as we're talking. So that means that they right now are submitting flags and
Yep.
getting points. And how does the point system work for this particular
Yeah.
competition?
So there are two main types of scoring in a Jeopardy style. So we have not opened the King of the Hill portion yet, so that's not going to show on the scoreboard. This is just the Jeopardy style.
Okay.
And there are two main ways to score Jeopardy style CTFs. One is the competition admins predetermine the point values for each of the challenges, and so we'll list the point value in the challenge, and whatever the point value team gets, that's going to be the point value that gets added to their score. For more, I guess, advanced competitions where you have, I guess, higher stakes and more experienced teams, often we like to use dynamic scoring. And what that means is that the point value is going to change based on the number of teams that solve the challenge.
Hmm.
And that's helpful because often what I think is an easy challenge or what I think is a difficult challenge might not be the same
Mm.
with the majority of the participants think.
Mm.
And this way it scales very much, it scales with the number of teams that solved it.
Mm.
We,
So
yeah,
if a head challenge is only solved by a couple teams,
yep,
fundamentally becomes worth more
yep,
because of that. But if there's a challenge, regardless of what you thought
yep,
the difficulty
yep,
was, everyone still knocks it out of the park, then
yep.
okay, the
The
point
point, yep.
value gets adjusted. Okay, that's cool.
And
So
yeah, it's one thing you'll see is the point values are going to go down.
I
Uh,
see. So as
yep,
some of these scores are changing, it could be
yep,
because that particular team submitted a flag. It could be because someone else submitted flags as
yep.
well. And then that's what's now like retroactively adjusting
Yep.
their point values. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and in some competitions, you'll also see first blood points, and
Mm,
because the team that solves the challenge first is kind of a disadvantage because when all the challenges start at 500 points, no, you don't know which ones are easy, which ones are difficult,
mm,
and so you're kind of taking a risk by like attempting this challenge, wasting your time,
mm.
and as soon as you solve it, I mean, everybody else is going to know that you solved it.
Yeah,
That's
I
going to
see.
send them a signal that's an easy challenge, and
So
so
so really what we're talking about here is like CTF strategy
yeah,
of let me look at the ones that maybe someone has solved or maybe a couple
yeah,
people go after those, they're higher point values, but seeing one that a lot of people have solved,
yeah,
well, it might be an easier challenge and
yeah.
I could actually figure it out too. So,
Yeah, and so in this competition, we don't have first blood points, but um, we generally reserve dynamic scoring
mm,
for competitions like this, where we do have some really strong teams, because often when we have a lot of beginner participants, um, it's very helpful for them to see which challenges are easy from the
mhm,
start, and that way they can go in order. But here they have to wait, half an hour until the challenges kind of filter themselves out.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, again, we're in the opening minutes here of this
Hmm.
particular competition, and this is the what we're calling Jeopardy style CTF with dynamic scoring.
Yep.
But later in the day, we are opening up another
Yep.
challenge type,
Yep.
and that was the King of the Hill.
Yes.
So what's that all about here?
Yes. This became the hill. So King of the Hill, Attack and Defense, Red versus Blue, they're all mean different things to different people. I have a personal definition that I use. So
Hmm.
King of the Hill is a competition format where um, teams are given kind of this Wild West network of virtual machines of services that are not owned by any teams. So teams don't have their own services they're trying to protect to start with. There's just this wide network of machines. And then all the teams are trying to scan this network and break into as many of these machines as they can. Once they break into the machine, they have a special code that they then plant on that machine to prove to everybody that
Hmm.
they're in control of that machine. And then they can either well, and then the idea is that they try to log down the machine so nobody else can get in and replace the flag.
I see.
Um, so attack and defense, for example, or versus blue, some other competition formats where usually teams start with their own services they're trying to protect and attack others. So this competition is different from that because I think I've seen a lot of people think that that's kind of what this
Mm,
competition is about, but in this case, it's just like this Wild West network that nobody owns at the beginning,
mhm.
and teams have to own as they
And
during
so
the
obviously, as they take over parts, they're going to be earning some
yeah.
points as they do that.
Yeah, so every 2 minutes, our scoring engine is going to run a check to make sure that um, first to make sure the service is up and running,
Mhm,
and then to make sure that, and then to check to read that owner's the TXT file to see who owns that
mhm.
machine.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And so every team has their own kind of flag that they're trying to plant, and there's no, it's okay if they lose it because if you put somebody else's team flag, then that team is going to get points.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
one team, if they're feeling either pity or who
yeah,
knows, maybe bribing for a
yeah,
CTF flag, they could be planting another team's. So
yeah.
so there really is no rule here against teams working together.
Well,
Is
no,
that
no.
encouraged? Is that
Rules are teams are not allowed to work together.
okay? They're not allowed.
Not
Okay.
allowed to work together, but so we try to eliminate some strategies in this
Hmm.
event um, by essentially resetting all the VMs every 10 minutes. We had a rule where we would reset the VM only if it wasn't owned by a team for like if it was owned by a single team for 10 consecutive checks, we would reset it.
I
But
see.
but then teams would just ignore the rule by giving the point, but by giving it points to another team
Uh,
and triggering a state change. And so
I
we,
see.
um, y-
So that they
yeah,
themselves could earn more.
yeah. So,
I
so
see.
there
Yeah.
there's a lot of strategy that
Uh-huh.
teams are trying to they're trying to bend the rules as much as they can to maximize their point value, and
Of
what
course.
we're trying to do because we're trying to do the opposite because we're trying to maintain the spirit of the competition, make sure that everybody has a chance to get on the scoreboard, so that not a single team just comes in and gets all the points, and
Right, always a fun
um,
part of running a competition of
yeah, and so
keeping the integrity against a room full of hackers.
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
and
but
mathematicians.
but we're pretty good at that as well, so that's fun. Now when does that King of the Hill come online, and can you speak a little bit about the balance between
Mhm.
available CTF points and available King of the Hill, and how you think that part might play out?
Yeah, so we're expecting to start at 10:30. Might
Mhm.
might have to push it a little bit, but 10:30 is the expected start. And the King of the Hill is going to be worth 20% of the total score.
Okay.
So Jeopardy style is going to be 80%, and then we're going to normalize the scores. We're going to take the maximum achieved score, not possible score, but maximum achieved score for each team, and calculate what percentage of that score uh, the team is able to get. So, for example, currently the first place team, they're going to get 100%.
Mm,
Next place is going to get 2,115 out of 3,025.
I see. It's
Yep.
normalized towards the number one team.
Yep.
Okay.
Multiply that by 20%, by 80%, and we'll do the same for King of the Hill scoring, multiply by 20. And that's going to be the final score. And if there's a tie, we're going to use the timestamp of the last correct submission in the Jeopardy style CTF
Mhm.
to break those ties. And so the team that got to this point value first is going to end up placing higher.
I see. I see. Interesting.
Mm.
Well, that's going to be really fun to watch here throughout the day. As again, just sitting here in the last half an hour, I've watched the numbers like jump around a lot. The first place team has definitely switched roles multiple times. Again, I'm looking at the affiliation and saying those are schools
Yep.
that are at the top of the scoreboard right now, which is always fun to see. Um, but who knows? You know, throughout the day, definitely a lot of this stuff could change. So we'll have to just kind of keep checking in and seeing what's happening across the different schools.
Yep.
Having done a bunch of CTFs myself, I know stamina
Mhm.
is a really big thing. You know, what you're able to accomplish in the first hour is not necessarily what you end up seeing by
Mhm.
midday or by the end of the day. So, and especially as the King of the Hill part comes online, I've always found one of the big challenges is just juggling. Well, my team size is
Yep.
limited to 4. Am I correct? So with only 4 students, how do I set my resources appropriately so that I can have 1 or 2 people on the King of the Hill? Is it all 4 of us are going to
Yep.
switch to it, or are we going to stay on CTF? Like, how do you manage your resources? Becomes a really big challenge for everyone as well. So that's going to be really interesting to see, and I'm sure a lot of these numbers will change throughout the day here. So. Um, having said that, have you run this competition before? That this in this particular style? Is this something that you have experience with, or
Mhm.
is this something that like we're trying it out new for the first time?
So, I mean, Jeopardy style CTF, I've run
Of course.
400, 500 of those.
Yeah.
King of the Hill, um, I think the current I mean, the way we're doing it today, I think we're running it for the first time.
Mm,
I mean, we've done attack and defense, we've done red
mhm,
versus blue. I ran one of the CCDC regions in the past, and
mm,
so we have
mhm.
experience running all kinds of different competition formats, but this particular King of the Hill style is a little bit different.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see
Yeah,
then. Yeah,
and
cool.
one of the reasons we ended up doing that is specifically in the Jeopardy style CTF side, we've seen a lot of teams figure out how to use AI to their advantage really, really well.
Mm,
And so the difficulty of the challenges that we have to create just keeps going up and up and up. And I think it becomes more about I think we've seen this just in the past few months, but the your score has become more dependent on your ability to use AI versus like your real technical cybersecurity skills. And so that's why we've started introducing some of these other concepts to give these teams a
Well, I didn't mention it in my opening
yeah.
statement, but that is my day job is to be a professor, a cybersecurity professor, and so I certainly know
Yep.
what can my students do versus what can my students do when powered by ChatGPT are two different things.
Yep.
And I can't exactly say that that's necessarily a good or a bad thing, but
Hmm.
we certainly notice the difference. Some interesting case studies we were just looking at also where to what extent are attackers leveraging AI
Yep.
systems, of course, to empower their attacks. So I really like that in the challenge world, we're still looking at
Hmm.
okay, AI is a tool there. We can't ignore it. We have to allow it and see what can people do
Yep.
with it, and also adjust the style of our competition,
Yep.
knowing that this technology exists.
Yep.
Um,
And we made a conscious decision to allow people to use AI because there are a lot of competitions that like explicitly forbid you from
mm,
using LLMs. And I mean, I think depending on what you're trying to achieve, I think that could be a good way to do that. But I think there's some issues. It's really hard to enforce, and so
mhm.
sometimes you're penalizing teams who are following the rules versus teams that you can't catch
I see, of
are breaking the
course, of
rules.
course.
And so we usually try to make the rules in such a way that they're enforceable. And if we can't really enforce them, then we don't usually apply the rule.
I see.
Um,
And that's a good
yeah,
point, of course.
but also, I mean, we expect that the cybersecurity professionals of the future, they're probably going to have to use AI, and
Exactly,
so I think
exactly.
it's fair to, well, our goal is to make these competitions as realistic as possible, and so we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
let them
think you're
use AI.
definitely moving in the right
Yeah,
direction with how you've structured this.
makes our
Um,
life a lot more difficult.
and so as we maybe take a look out at some of the room and the space here, and just so we can get a feel for what
Mhm.
is the capacity that's happening. The the wide shot that we have of this is really just one room.
Yeah.
So we actually have what another room of students that are
Yeah.
competing.
We have an overflow room. Yeah, this room doesn't fit all the participants. So I've seen some folks just sitting on the floor in the sponsor hall.
So they're allowed to sit in here.
Yeah, they can be
They're allowed to
they
sit
can
on the
be
floor.
as long as they're here at the conference, they can participate from anywhere.
So as people are walking around
Yeah.
this wonderful hotel, seeing random hackers with their laptops, they're just trying to
Yep.
compete and win their $20,000 first
Yep.
place prize. Why not? Of
Yep.
course, that's what's happening. That's cool. Now, having said that, so that's a lot of what the students and professionals that are part of the CTF, where they are and what they're doing. Now, the conference itself, though,
Hmm.
is still a thing.
Yeah.
So that we have lots of professional setups, booths, people
Yeah.
to come talk to,
So I
all
think
that
we have
kind of stuff.
close to
Uh,
70 vendors or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does the CTF interact with the professionals that are here as well?
Um, let's see. So,
So like,
yeah.
does the CTF interact with
Yeah. So
the
in addition to the CTF, we're also running a hacker village with the vendor.
okay.
So it's not, not all the vendors are part of it. We only have 5 or 6 vendors that are, included in that hacker village.
Hmm.
And so we invited a few folks, a few companies to run some fun hands-on activities.
Mm,
We have Wolf Evolution. They have an industrial control systems challenge. We have Maltech Solutions. They have like a dark web
hmm.
series of challenges. Anti-Siphon training. They have Wi-Fi hacking and keyboard hacking. We have Mayweather Group. They have physical security challenges, and then we have VTEM Labs, where they have some offensive security
Hmm.
tasks. And so they have a lot of really cool equipment in that room. Maybe we'll get a chance to actually show on the stream what that looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah, that'd be
We'll
cool.
see if we can get some of our cameras to work. But
So having said that, a
yeah,
number of the challenges were what created by you and your team,
yeah. So the vast majority of them were created by us, but all of the vendors have a few
but
challenges.
some of them
Yeah,
have the ability to do
yeah,
that. So that's something too, why students would want to compete with this one, is to be able to see some of those industry specific
yeah,
skill set coming from a specific professional in their field and what they're doing. They were able to donate some of their time
yep,
and make a cool challenge for people here. So that's really cool to hear about as
yeah.
well.
And it's good for us because the LLM can't physically walk over to the booth and solve the physical challenge.
Yeah,
So they
something
have
that you
to.
need sneakers to do, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, that's fun. Um, well, having said that, I know you're busy with the competition,
mhm,
running a lot of this, making sure everyone is, it has what they need and the infrastructure is online. And I've already seen about 5 people walk up going,
mhm,
"Hey, can I bug Roman?" I'm going, "No, get away. We're talking to him right now." So maybe we'll cut to a
yeah,
quick break and find some more people to talk to.
yep.
But this has been a really good introduction. I hope we can grab you back on later on the stream and get another technical update
Yeah.
here from Roman on the coming from CyberBay. So
Well, and thank you, James, for so James, you're in Rochester, right?
yeah, yes, yes.
Yeah. So thank you for flying all the way here.
Hey, it's been great. When he gave me the opportunity to say, "Do you want to be in New York for October for my?" I'm on fall break right now for some of the work that I'm doing, and yeah, I was like, "Well, let's go to Tampa."
Yeah.
Okay, this is good.
Yeah.
So the sunshine has been great, but nevertheless, this has been a good opening morning, and I'm definitely looking forward to talking to some more of the people that we've got here. Really cool stuff. So
Right.
thanks again.
Right. Thanks, James.
All right.
Double check, mic check, 1, 2.
Hello, welcome back everyone to CyberBay, MetaCTF, CTF challenges here in Tampa. We've been having a big fun morning as a lot of the challenges have kicked off. We're still in the portion of the challenges that are running the capture the flag. So as we see the scoreboard, we see a lot of teams that are earning points at the capture the flag. The King of the Hill stuff has not come online yet, but nevertheless, I'm joined with one of the people from the crowd, from the conference, one of the vendors, Mike Lisi, who happens to be the owner, founder, president, whatever you want to call it, of MetaCTF Solutions.
All of the above.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So we wanted to grab him, talk to him a little bit, and hear what he's had to do with, both at the conference as well as at the CyberBay CTF challenges. So, Mike, welcome. Why don't you just say a little bit about yourself, what you do, and kind of go from there.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, it's first of all awesome to be here. Thanks for having me on to join you. So yeah, founder MetaCTF Solutions. We started in 2021. Largely, we do consulting for small, medium businesses. We try to help them evaluate where their security flaws are by emulating the attackers. Right, we're doing all the things that the bad guys do without being destructive and without actually causing harm to them.
Of course.
And then basically letting them know what they can do to improve their security posture. And we got invited down here to talk about some of those things that we do at MetaCTF, and to provide a few challenges for the CTF and work with all the students and the competitors here. So it's been really fun. We had a great day yesterday. We had a lot of activity come through, and I'm really looking forward to see how everybody does today.
Yeah, so yesterday was the main conference portion day, and then of course, from our perspective, today is CTF day. The conference is still going on, but it's CTF day for us. But so, can you speak at least a little bit to yesterday in your booth? How did that go? What's the type of people that you see coming through here? What's something unique about this conference that's really kind of jumped out to you?
Yeah, first of all, there was a lot of students that came through, which was great. As you know, we work together for NCAA Cyber Games. It was fun to see a lot of those Florida students coming through and being like, "Hey, I know you from somewhere." It's not from MetaCTF, it's from something else, and it was from the NCAA Cyber Games. So,
I see.
cool to see those students just be part of the community, coming to other events, and networking and just building those relationships with folks in the industry. So that was a lot of fun. We had a great time just chatting with them. Yesterday we had a few challenges for the students to do for the raffles, right? So basically we were just giving them a demo of our new service that we offer at MetaCTF. We were talking about dark web stuff because that's the focus of our challenges, right? A lot of folks know of the dark web, but they haven't really taken the time to figure out how to access it and what are the legitimate uses for it. And so we structured some challenges around.
All right, yeah, the dark
doing
web.
that.
We got to talk about this.
All right.
So this is related to MetaCTF and related to what it is you're providing to the CTF challenges right now.
Exactly.
All right, so again, I don't want you to give away any secrets that you don't want to, since some of the students are trying to solve those challenges, but what can you say about what you've got for us?
So one of the things that we do every time that we're engaged to help a business out is we scrape information that's on the dark web, that's on Discord, that's on Telegram, and we're looking for anything that's associated with the company that we're testing, right? We're trying to find ways that we could leverage that against them. And one of the areas where this is really prevalent is in dark web forums and places like that, where they just dump this information when they compromise some sort of entity. And so we'll take that and then we'll use it against the company. Sometimes it's credentials, and we'll just try and see if, hey, did that employee create an account somewhere that got compromised where we can use those credentials against the organization that hired us. So there's basically a very straightforward attack chain. And so what we put together for the event here is for those students to understand that by emulating it. So we spun up an actual corporation. It's live. We created some of our own resources on the dark web where information has been dumped and hosted in a breach forum style space, and the students are trying to follow that attack chain to compromise the company to understand how that works.
So students have to do effectively what MetaCTF is doing as a service for other organizations of dive into the dark web, do recon, given this kind of fake business to go after, to look for, to help defend, pick up all the trail that you have created for them on the dark web, and then retrieve that information and then that's how they earn points
Yeah,
effectively.
yep. There's
Yeah,
there's little
cool.
flags along the way, and
Yep.
then the end result is that they find, that actual entity and find a
Nice.
way to compromise them in the way that we would do that. So
I see. I see. Cool. Do you have any statistics about how that? I mean, we're still early in the morning here on the competition. Do you have any statistics about whether people have been engaging with this challenge or solving that, or that's a we'll find out later in the day type question?
I think it's mostly a find out later, but I
Okay.
know that we've had a few students that have come up and asked questions about it, so I know that there's folks
Wait,
working
wait,
on
wait.
it.
So
Yeah.
the hackers that are doing the competition have said the guy who made this challenge is sitting right over there. Well, how about I go walk over and talk to him and see if he'll tell me?
Yeah.
Always
Yeah.
a good strategy. Yeah, definitely. When you know the people who have made it are around the corner.
Yeah,
Step one,
exactly.
why don't you just ask him? So,
It never hurts to ask. We're
yeah.
not necessarily going to give you anything, but
Hmm.
it's fun to talk to them about it. And one of the things that came out really interesting is yesterday, as part of that challenge, we had the students access the message board that we created for this attack chain and post messages for us, so that we got basically prepared them for the stuff that was ready
Okay.
today, right? So it
Okay.
was more of a little bit of a preview. If they were very keen and were poking around a little bit, they might have had a little bit of an advantage this morning,
I see.
yesterday, if they were looking around. But for the most part, I think they're just focused on getting the flags today.
I see. That makes sense. Now, a comment I was talking about with Roman earlier was as we take a look at the scoreboard, a lot of the teams here that are competing are student teams, but many of them are professional teams. And so I wanted to kind of ask you, as I'm looking at the top of the list here, Roman mentioned that the Squid Proxy Lovers was a school-based team, United States Air Force Academy. Okay, Leak, I'm not quite sure. That Go Squid team, I'm not quite sure who that might be, but nevertheless, like, am seeing a lot of the college teams, university teams are on the list. Um, but in your experience, I mean, you've come here. Obviously, we've done NCAA Cyber Games together. You've done a big part of DEF CON, which we can talk about here in a little bit. What's been your overall feel being one of the vendors in the crowd, in boots on the ground here for the people coming by, and how that relates to what kind of experience we're going to get at this competition? Do you think it's really going to be mostly student engaged, and we're going to see students at the top at the end of the day, or do you think that there are some professional sharks out there that are looking to talk to you, get that information, and tell the students, nah, you still got a thing to learn? So,
Honestly, it's hard to tell. I know a lot of the students were made it very well known that they were, student competitors
mm,
as part of this. I don't know who the professionals are. To be
oh,
honest,
okay,
I don't know if they've been a little sly in their discussions with me or what. But
okay,
it's hard to say. I will say the enthusiasm that I've seen from the students really makes me think that we're going to see them at the top at the end of the day.
yeah,
Especially given the experience that we've had with NCAA Cyber Games and some of the the local colleges here that have
mm,
really strong teams.
hmm,
I'm expecting to. It's going to be a battle.
I see,
Yeah.
okay. And again, I was alluding to in another hat you wear in your interactions with DEF CON. Clearly, you've got a lot of experience working on the professional side as well, and seeing what the professional hackers are capable of doing. The types of challenges and the difficulty here, where would you say your difficulty dial do you think has been tuned for your particular challenge? Is this the type of thing that a freshman, sophomore, university type student could come in and pick it up, or is this the type of thing that you really need some specific knowledge to get started with this?
Ours is probably on the easy to medium side.
Okay.
Our focus was more on that educational component, like
Mm,
learning that attack chain.
mm,
That being said, there are some particular skills that students will need to employ in order
mm.
to follow the entire chain.
The technical skills to
Yeah,
really do it.
exactly.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
some
okay.
actual exploitation skills. But at the end of the day, our challenges weren't meant to be gotchas or just real difficult things. It
Mm,
was it was meant to be like, hey, this is something that we do every day. So if
mm-hmm,
you're in school for this stuff,
mm-hmm,
you're learning what the professionals are doing, and then hopefully that gives you an idea of whether that's of interest to you, if that's
mm-hmm.
something that you want to continue to pursue, or maybe if you want to divert your attention or your focus elsewhere.
Yeah, and I definitely like what you're saying, Mike, about how knowing that there are a lot of university students that are competing here. As a professor, I'm still I shamelessly admit that there's just so many topics to try to cover in an undergraduate degree. You look at something like, okay, did every university cover dark web attack chain through credential compromise as part of their curriculum, or was it something that was, was in one paragraph on a PowerPoint, one place, and that was it? Whereas now that they're here in person, they get to experience your challenge kind of firsthand. I could definitely see how that you're helping educate the students with something that they might not have had direct exposure to at a very real world level. So that sounds really cool.
Yeah, I really think that most colleges and universities would probably mention something related to the dark web, that it exists, and that, there's largely a lot of nefarious things that go on. But one of the things I really try to advocate is all the beneficial uses of it too. So a lot of folks that we talk to really learned some new things about, how they could use the dark web for legitimate reasons, right? So whether that's, reaching out to news organizations, right, to to provide them with information in a way that protects the person that's trying to disclose it, or for folks that are in areas or countries that have like really strict limitations on what they can access. The dark web provides some ways to get around some of that. And yeah, there's a lot of, with those things comes a lot of potential abuse scenarios too.
Of
So
course.
as part of that, we try to make sure that they understand that, there's ways to use this the right way and there's ways to use this the wrong way, and just make sure that you're aware of that and doing the things responsibly, because at the end of the day, it's still onto the person to make those decisions. But
Right. Definitely the good way to learn about how to
yeah,
take advantage of what's there.
yeah, and I'm not sure how much the colleges and stuff really want to like dive into that, right? Because of the potential for students to go off the path for that. So I try to present that as just a way of education so that they understand that those
Right.
things are there.
And clearly, businesses are taking advantage of this kind of service, and,
Yeah.
and I totally agree. Like I've definitely heard of colleges just saying, yeah, we're going to block access to it from our campus because there's too many bad things that might come out of it. So,
Yeah.
but from an education perspective in this field, it's not something you can be blind to, and definitely your work is proof of that. So. Well, Mike, this has definitely been really interesting. I definitely want to check back in with you at the end of the day to kind of see how many students were able to engage with those challenges, because they are super interesting. As more people are taking on the challenges, I'm really interested to see like how many of them actually came over to talk to you, being one of those vendors that's actually here and created some of the challenges. So I hope they continue to bother you, and get some maybe not too many hints, but get a little bit of push in the right direction along the way. So.
Yeah.
So thanks again, Mike.
Hey, good to talk to you.
All
See
right,
you around.
great. Hello and welcome back to CyberBay. I happen to be joined by let me get this right, retired Rear Admiral John Mauger. Is
Yep.
that correct? Okay, yeah,
Yeah, that's
great.
correct, James.
So,
Thanks.
John, first I want to say thanks for taking the time to join me here and talk to me about the CTF and everything. Now, just for the people that are tuning in and listening, as a retired Rear Admiral, clearly you've got a laundry list of things that you've done and been involved in. We're not going to go through all of it, but I would like to talk about some of the things that, like, why are you here at this conference and what specifically, perhaps in the past, that you could tie to what you're seeing here. So, again, welcome, and I'd love to hear about that.
Fantastic, James. It's really an honor, and so excited to spend time with the folks that are out here working in the competition and building their skills, and inspired by the energy and excitement that they bring to this event. So, a little bit about me. I grew up in the early 80s, and my dad was a school teacher, and so on the weekends he'd often be at school, and he'd drag me along with me, and I was one of those kids that was banging away on the old computers that they had then. We didn't even have one at the house, and making Pong games and doing that kind of stuff, and just learning how to code and do something with this cool computer. I then had the opportunity to go to the Coast Guard Academy, where I got my undergraduate degree, and I studied computer science there and wrote software programs. And I thought that's what I was going to do for the Coast Guard. I had the chance to do many really interesting operational things, sail across the Pacific, up in the Bering, do all that stuff. But I was really passionate about computer science. And so I had what I thought was my dream job on my second assignment, and that was writing software for the Coast Guard. But it was a time when we were downsizing the whole force, and so software coders weren't exactly valued by the service.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and so I was told that if I wanted to stay in the Coast Guard, I needed to find something else to do, and because as the admiral at that point told me, there's no future in computers.
Yeah.
And so I use that story whenever I'm talking to
boy.
folks, right? Because they said, be careful about the advice that I give you. Don't make any life
I see.
investments on it. But anyway,
That's funny.
that's a little bit about my background. Then I got a chance to track it through the rest of my career. And then as a very senior officer in the Coast Guard, I had a chance to work at U.S. Cyber Command and run training and exercises,
Now we're
which
talking.
has got me passionate about
Exactly.
this particular event.
Exactly. So something that's been really cool from my perspective about this event is how the conference is still going on. You've got people yesterday that were giving lots of cool talks, and then of course today we've got the vendors and different talks that are happening while the CTF is actually happening as well. CyberBay, this is the first time that CyberBay has happened. What's been your impression so far that's jumped out to you about this?
Yeah, wow. Wow has been my impression. I mean, this has really brought a lot of energy to this community. I see, what USF is doing with the USF Bellini College and focusing in on cybersecurity and AI, and another topic which I hope we'll have a chance to talk about a little bit. But we had a great panel of speakers yesterday, great opportunity to get out on the water and see the bay last night and see the maritime critical infrastructure, see a really cool drone show, and then have this comprehensive exercise today where we have, nearly, almost 36 teams working at the competition to demonstrate their skills and learn and improve. So it's been exciting. It's been really cool.
Yeah, so again, I've got the retired Rear Admiral. I have the opportunity to tie those things
Yeah.
together. Like, I'm coming from a cyber background,
Yeah.
right? It's cyber and math. And you're coming from definitely a different angle on this because I don't go on the water. Like, so like
okay.
that just doesn't happen in my life. And clearly that's you've
Yeah.
spent many years doing that. So really my question here is, what do you see as like the unique or interesting overlap and why this is so important and needed given the
Yeah.
maritime activity that from your perspective?
Sure. Well, as you know from the capture the flag exercise, the kids are working through a lot of different problems to understand, how the information in the system's been manipulated or to manipulate the information. But let me pull that back out and say that when that happens, that results in a real operational outcome. A ship doesn't get underway. Ship goes off course, a bank account gets emptied out, right? These are all things that, for the most of my career as an operator, that I cared very deeply about. Keeping ships safe, making sure that ports are safe and able to operate their technology. And the fact is, most of the industry relies on IT, information technology, and OT, operational technology. And we know that that's vulnerable.
Mm.
You know, one of the disclosures over the course of the past year was Volt Typhoon, which
Mm.
was a named attack against a foreign adversary. It looks like it was China, where they're sitting on our critical infrastructure and waiting to be able to disrupt it. So it's really important that these teams understand what's at stake,
Mm.
what the operational outcomes could be, and work really hard to get them, up to speed and then on mission after the exercise.
Yeah, so that was Fault Typhoon.
Volt Typhoon,
Volt
sorry.
Typhoon. Okay.
Yeah,
As a professor, I will say, case studies are just gold for working in the classroom.
yeah, sure.
And the sad reality is there are just too many now. There's so many of these named attacks that have happened.
Right.
We don't have time to study them all, but you got to find those ones that are really interesting and relevant. And so that's always good to hear about. Like, okay, here's one that students really need to learn about. They need to understand the real world example because this is what they're going to be up against when they
That's right.
graduate and get out. And so you're that's exactly the type of stuff that you're talking about. So
That's right. And what makes this particular attack so concerning to national security leaders, to state and local government, to private industry leaders, is the fact that there was no known, exploit of information, or it wasn't done for monetary gain. It wasn't done to,
mm,
scrape data and stuff. It was just done, it looks like it was just done to pre-position cyber hackers on critical infrastructure so that they could take action at a time and place.
mm,
Fortunately, we've been able to identify it. Fortunately, we've been able to close some of the gaps, but it's a real wake-up call because in the past, cyber attacks have been about extorting money, have
mhm.
been about, capturing information and grabbing intellectual property. This one's really just about, hey, I'm going to be there so I can disrupt this at a time and place of my choosing. Very, very concerning.
Yeah, high profile, very serious, but still part of the staging in the
Absolutely.
grand scheme of things. So yeah,
Absolutely.
that's crazy. So, um, well, again, a few more things I want to tie this to while I've got
Sure.
you. You said you spent some time at U.S. Cyber Command
Yeah.
and you ran competitions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, what's your overall experience with running competitions, and maybe how does it relate to what you're seeing happening here?
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it feels like home. We're missing a few inflatables and some Monster Energy drinks, but otherwise, it's great to see the different teams working together to solve these problems. And so, while I was at U.S. Cyber Command from 2018 to 2020, I was the director of all training and exercises, and we worked really hard to put together some challenging exercises for both our offensive cyber
Mm,
forces and then also for our defensive cyber forces. And because cyber is a team sport, we did it in conjunction with allies and partners. We did it in conjunction with private industry
mm,
and academia as well, and made
mm,
sure that we had full, comprehensive teams. But one of the things that I learned about that, James, is that putting one of these competitions on is really hard,
mm.
right? It takes
Yes.
a lot of man hour. I mean, back before my time, they didn't even have the virtualized machines, so they were, trucking the
Bringing it.
equipment out to the
Yes.
site every time they were doing it. Now, of course, I had the benefit of virtualized machines, but I also had the benefit of COVID happening during my time, right?
Mm,
And what a strange thing to say, I had the benefit of COVID. But what that forced us to do is because we couldn't work together, we had to rethink how we approached cyber training.
hmm
And we completely virtualized a persistent cyber training environment so that, the force could dial up training at any point where they were. We could do skills assessment to see where they were and then give them the path forward for what they needed to do for the next one. And I think it's a great evolution in the training model. And it's something that I'm really excited about MetaCTF pulling together with their
hmm
on-demand labs
hmm
product. Yeah,
Yeah, and I definitely see that as a professor. Again, having the benefit of surviving COVID on that side was
sure.
just looking at, okay, what are all the things you're doing online pre-COVID and going, I guess it's good.
Yeah,
And then when everything has to go online, you go, oh, this perhaps needs a facelift or a different rethink. This
that's
is
right.
not scaling the way I want it to. And so it's you in some way benefit from the crisis of making your system more resilient afterwards.
Yeah,
And I definitely saw that as well as a professor, all the CTFs that are now being advertised to me. Um,
yeah. That's
okay,
right.
that this is a capability that a lot of people have spent time to develop and invest in,
Yeah.
and it's definitely noticeable. Again, I'm not saying they're all created equal, but
Yeah.
it's there.
Yep.
It feels, I can feel the presence of this type of capability now. So it's
Yeah.
really interesting to hear about on the military side.
Now, let me ask you a question, James, if you don't mind,
Of
since we're
course.
here
Yeah.
talking. But so as you see, your students engage in a CTF, how do you think about, okay, so this was a discrete event that they did, how do I evaluate it? Where do we need to focus our training? How do we move forward from this? And how do we kind of build that into a
Mhm.
continuous cycle of development? What do you see as happening
Uh,
in that space?
Well, something that I see a lot is always, for as I'm building challenges, I built a number of challenges for different types of competitions, is always narrative.
Okay.
Big picture narrative, all the way down to small details of the narrative to say, and really what I mean by that is, okay, you're doing a puzzle that requires some number of steps. Maybe the steps that you get there are linear. Here's the path to solve
Yeah,
the challenge. Maybe there's multiple paths to solve the challenge. And so you can look at it at the micro level of
sure.
what are the skills, the specific skills or intentional skills, or, well, gee, I thought it was going to be solved this way, and nobody solved it the way I thought they were going to
Yeah,
solve it.
that's
All,
right.
so again, that's what I mean, that micro narrative. But then you can take a step back and start thinking, okay, what are the types of challenges that I'm presenting to a student at the CTF really is going to impact what they are going to do with their personal life and their personal time and develop after they leave.
Sure.
And so
Sure.
I need to be mindful if I'm giving them a category and I call it crypto, and I fill it with half wireless challenges, but they're
Yeah.
crypto wireless, but that will mold the narrative of what they're going to leave with
Yeah.
and what they're going to spend their time doing in the future. So that's something that I think that is really important as you're either engaging in challenges or looking at your participant list, is to really say, what's that big narrative that I'm pushing people towards
Yeah.
when I didn't even realize that I was.
Yeah, I liked two things that you said in there. One, talking about the narrative and understanding how they're stringing it together, and then two, talking about the personal responsibility. Right? Okay, so
Mhm.
you've been in this CTF, you've gone through the gauntlet. Now you know where your strengths and weaknesses are. What are you going to do? And so this was one of the key insights and advantages that I took coming out of COVID at U.S. Cyber Command. I was really fortunate to have a U.S. Special Operations Chief Warrant Officer on my team, Jeff Fisher. And Jeff said, "Hey, sir, you know, when's the last time you went to the gym?" He asked me, and I was like, "Oh, Jeff,
Mm,
you know, haven't been to the
mm,
gym in a little while." And he's like, "Yeah, I can tell." But he said, if you only go to the gym once every 3 months or once every 6 months, you don't really build up that
of
skill.
course.
It's something that you need to practice on a daily basis. And after the first week, you're not necessarily going to see the improvement. After the first month, you're not necessarily going to see the improvement. But after 3 months or 6 months or a year, you're really going to see it. And so that's what we really focused on, was building that cyber gym where
Mhm,
folks could use that narrative that you've talked about, take the personal responsibility, and have content that they could work on them
mhm.
their own and develop constantly in real time.
And definitely as a university professor, I have that advantage of being able to talk to some of the most senior students as they're about to graduate.
Sure.
And I go, you have this awesome career that's lined up. This is great. I'm so happy for you. Get out, move on. Like
Yeah.
I'm done with
Yeah.
you.
Right.
Like
Your
I'm happy
job
for
is
you.
done.
Exactly. But I stop and I ask them and go, like, where was the turning point? Like, how did you know this is what your first phase of your career was going to be? And so many of them say, well, I did a CTF this one time,
Okay.
and there was this category of challenges that I found I had a knack for.
Yeah.
And it was that category that led me to the professionals who created it
Yeah.
and the work that they did on their day job.
Yeah.
And so much of that I find for the students is very orienting to
Sure.
say, how can I take the work I'm doing at a CTF and realize it's a life path,
Yeah.
or at least a start to one.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't
No,
have to be
that's right.
the perfect direction, but it could be at least motivating for them,
I,
which I find so many university students need.
I think it's really exciting that you got the insight into that spark that they had, that
Hmm.
changed how they thought about things, gave them the
Hmm.
motivation to move forward. I'm sure, based on the great material that's been developed in this CTF, that spark is happening, and how hard these teams are working, that spark's happening out
Yeah.
there. We don't always get to see the benefit of that, or know when it happens, because it's not like a light bulb goes off in
Hmm.
real time. But it's really cool as a professor, you get a chance
Yeah.
to see and understand
It
that.
is a privilege of the job for sure. You mentioned the magical words, so now they have to be brought up again, and that of course
Sure.
is AI.
Yeah.
So we're at an intersection so far that we have talked about, which is cyber and maritime, and AI is that overarching background that everyone asks, well, how is this going to affect me?
Yeah.
Do you see any specific link with maritime activities in cyber, or excuse me, and AI, or is it? I
Yeah.
don't know. I'll leave it
It's
there. Yeah.
yeah, so there's a really interesting challenge that's happening in the maritime industry right now. We're trying to get much more capacity out of the system. So these are bigger ships, more frequent calls,
Mm,
just really maximizing every available resource that we have. At the same time, there's a huge push to decarbonize the maritime industry.
mm,
And so what we're asking the industry is to do more with having a lesser impact. And the only way you can do that is by heavily automating your systems. And
interesting.
so AI is being used even for simple things like weather routing. So hey, if I'm crossing the ocean and there's a storm coming, if I go just a little bit north, it's going to cost me a little bit more time, but I will reduce my carbon impact. And so that's the kind of insight and decisions that AI can make. Um, we don't see autonomous operations in widespread use,
Mm,
certainly in some ports, particularly in Europe and Asia. There are autonomous operations being used there, which have AI engines that are driving some of that autonomy. But we're really just on the cusp of understanding what those changes, those operational changes, are
mhm.
going to be to the industry. It's an exciting time for sure, and it's one to be cautious about as well.
Mm, of course. Certainly on the professor side, it is. I saw so many people resistant to it at first, and I was like,
Sure.
don't even try. Just
Yeah,
it
sure.
is here and just gonna
Right.
explode in a big way. And so figure out how to leverage the pieces that are there, and at least from an operator perspective, the ethics of it seem
Yeah.
just obvious to try to enforce and instill in people. And when you do it young enough, it's
Yeah.
obviously easier. Um, I definitely find that these types of competitions do a really good job of enforcing, okay, how do I use this tool to a particular benefit?
That's right. It's a
Um,
tool.
and
Yeah.
so I guess I'm kind of curious from your perspective, do you think the military has that same approach, or are they approaching it more as well, we need to understand the security liability of this as well?
Yeah, so certainly hard to paint all the military in one picture, but there definitely is concerns about security. But I heard something really surprising from General McKenzie, who talked earlier today at a panel. And so General McKenzie is now runs the National Security Program at USF,
Hmm.
but before that was the commander of U.S. Central Command, based here out of Tampa, but running all operations over in Southwest Asia. And so he was somebody that really thought deeply about this. And he said, I don't believe in autonomous weapon systems, or I didn't believe in them when I was on active duty. But he said, now the game, the fight is changing so
Mm,
rapidly that we're going to need to have autonomous weapon systems going forward. And again, they're going to be driven by AI. And so that was a pretty big change from what I heard in
hmm.
terms of how folks were thinking just a few years ago to now how they're thinking today. And so I think we're going to see that same thing. I know it's been hard for your job. And, again, how do I teach kids when they can, use AI
Hmm.
and find the answers so quickly? But it really is about how do you use that tool? It's going to reshape capture the flags as well. But
Yeah,
yeah,
of course. And it's so funny. A senior professor to me made the funny comment of, my students are writing papers with AI, and I'm grading their papers with AI. So,
yeah, yeah,
boy, what are you going to do? So,
right,
it's funny, but
right.
yeah, that's a really interesting perspective, though. And the reason why I guess I'm thinking about it is, when you think about the context of everyone who's here competing, they might not realize it because they're at that micro level, but there's developing those skills and that problem solving and engaging with this type of
Yeah,
community that
a
you're
hundred
talking about.
percent, a
That
hundred percent.
they're the people that are going to be building and working with a lot of these technologies, or making some of those operational decisions. So
Yeah,
that's really interesting that we can tie those things together here at
yeah,
CyberBay.
no,
So,
absolutely. Throughout my career, we had a very basic problem of things that we used to do manually and have a lot of trust in. We
mhm,
now had spreadsheets and
mhm,
automated programs that did it, but we still had to teach people to think critically to understand, hey, that outcome that the computer is giving you, does that match with your experience? Does that
Yeah.
match with your understanding? I think as we go forward, these young people are going to face that same challenge. We're going to face that same challenge with
Yeah.
AI. It's just going to be on steroids compared to,
Yeah.
the challenges earlier that we faced.
Well, I definitely appreciate your insight here, John. John has a talk later this afternoon, I
Yep.
believe, talking a lot about the
Maritime cybersecurity.
there you go.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to take up too much of his time or his voice. I'm sure he's got a lot to be interesting stuff to be able to say there. But again, your insight and experience working with U.S. Cyber Command and your thoughts here today, we definitely appreciate you sharing those. So thanks again, John.
Hey, thanks so much, James. It was a pleasure to be here, and thanks for what you're doing to train and inspire the next generation
Of
of
course.
cybersecurity professionals.
All
All
right,
good?
we'll be back in a minute.
Hey everyone, just want to give a quick announcement. So, King of the Hill we made it live, 20 minutes ago. Make sure you participate in it. It is 20% of your score. And so, if you haven't looked at it, um, we already have a first blood, but right now that team stands to have 20% more points than any other team. So, make sure you take a look at it. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me?
And we're back here at CyberBay, and I happen to be joined now by Ralph. Ralph here is one of the professionals that's been partaking in the conference and has donated some of his time to come join us and talk about some of the CTF with us. So first, thanks for taking the time to
Yeah,
step away
thanks.
from your vendor stuff and sit down with us to talk about the MetaCTF challenges. So why don't we start here? You were brought here through some of your company's activities. What is it that from a corporate perspective you got going on in the vendor booths?
Yeah, sure. So, me and a co-founder of actually two companies. We
Mhm.
have a, service company called Mayweather Group, and we actually do your basic net pen services. We also kind of focus on physical. We have a
Okay.
lot of interesting physical gear that we sell. We also offer a physical pen testing class where we actually train anybody, right, even from the lowest skill level, how to actually do a physical pen test.
Okay.
And one of the kind of the cool things about this particular training is that you get to break into a building for real at the end, which is a really fun experience. Yeah. So,
Okay. That
yeah.
is fun.
Yes. The other company that we also have is more software focused, and we actually make software for security consultancies, right? And these help them do things that will accelerate their business, right? Like doing pen test reporting,
Mm-hmm.
and also we have another product that sends out physical drop devices for
Hmm.
doing consultancies. So yeah, me and my co-founder both have a huge background in offensive security. Both
Hmm.
of us have been doing it for over a decade. And so we're kind of taking that and looking at all the ways that we could improve the
Hmm.
industry in ways that we thought there was lacking.
So you've been over at those booths, let's just say yesterday. Yesterday was a big conference that
Yeah,
part of the conference day.
yeah.
What are you noticing from the people that are coming through your booth? Is it mostly students? Are there professionals? What's been your experience having that
Yeah,
space?
it's definitely a mixed bag. There's definitely professionals, students. I've kind of seen both sides. It was a little bit more in the professional side in the beginning, and then yesterday, once some of the CTFers arrived,
Mm,
they definitely started swarming over
once the
there.
kids get out of bed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But which is all really cool because we actually have some CTF challenges that we set up over there, which I thought was really fun making them. I've never
Hmm.
really, made too many CTF challenges. I've competed in some,
Hmm.
but making them is kind of a whole different other art.
That is a different perspective
Yes,
for sure,
absolutely.
having made some myself. So,
Yeah.
oh well, that's cool to hear. Now, from there, you have some experience certainly on the offensive side.
Yeah.
Um, Now, do you think that that particular skill set is going to be something that everyone should have? Is it something that gets cultivated and really fine tuned? Like, what can you say specifically about the offensive part? Because not everyone's into the offensive part, from my understanding there.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, honestly, I've done mostly offensive. I haven't done any defensive positions, right?
Mm,
Where, you're looking to defend. I think both of them are really important, honestly. I think that, my drive for the offensive was less for the sexy part of it and more for the just interested in what do you call it? How it works, right?
mm-hmm,
Which is really what these events are about, right? Essentially CTF is figuring out how something works and then applying some logic, right? Obviously, it gets a little gamified
mm-hmm,
uh,
mm-hmm.
when
We
you
have
do
fun.
yeah, exactly, because these students can be very smart and
Mm-hmm,
figure out your challenge quickly. So you kind of have to put some hurdles in there to slow them
mm-hmm,
down, pretty
mm-hmm.
much. But yeah, from an offensive perspective, I do think that it's definitely important to think like an attacker, even if you're doing a defensive job, right? And having both mindsets is definitely crucial.
That's interesting. I asked that question a particular way because I didn't want to lead to one particular answer or another and
Yeah,
just hear what you were going to say. And I find it very interesting that one of the things you emphasized there at the end was the mentality,
yeah,
the attacker mentality, that particular thought process.
yeah,
Being a professor, I do teach some of those types of things in various courses that I've got, or at least start to open the door to
sure.
that offensive mentality is different oftentimes than when you take a defensive approach.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
can you elaborate a little bit more on what you are talking about when you say an offensive mindset, and maybe even give an example as to how it might apply?
Yeah, sure. So what I mean by when I say offensive mentality, I think you need to think about how your infrastructure or whatever you're trying to secure is going to be attacked, right?
Hmm.
The more you think about the attack, the better you can look for ways to kind of shore it up, right?
Hmm.
And I think there's a ton of good examples of offensive mentality that really plays out. I mean, even when you do a pen test, really what you're doing is looking for mostly, honestly, misconfigurations, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that if you apply that inside of your organization, right, you should be looking for misconfigurations more than you
Mhm.
should looking for like patch management and other kinds of other things like that. Well,
Mhm.
they're important, right? A lot of the ways that I'm successful as an attacker is mostly misconfigurations.
Misconfigured.
Yeah,
Exactly.
because
So,
if you think about it from a timeline too, and honestly, attackers think the exact same way. I want the most effect for the least amount of time, right?
mhm,
And usually you get that from misconfigurations as opposed to some 0 day or some other kind of unknown exploit, right?
I see.
Once you get up into the higher tiers of things like nation state or other, buzzwords, maybe sure they're going to do that, but if they don't have to, guess what? They're not going to do it.
So if you're working with people, I mean, you've helped to found some of these companies. It sounds like then you have people where you're providing this as a service to the real world
Yep.
to businesses that need this.
Yes.
As you're working with them, do you have a particular strategy as you're thinking about, okay, I'm going to be trying to look for those kinds of misconfigurations first and address that? And I guess maybe a follow up to that would be what are some of the most common things that you are currently actively seeing here, 2025? What are the things you see most of the time?
Yeah. So, I mean, yes, absolutely. I'm looking for the quick wins, right?
Mm,
I'm going to go for the low hanging fruit, just like you would in any CTF challenge, right?
mhm,
And, obviously you get your kind of your repertoire of tricks, right?
mhm,
And they change every year based off of kind of what you're seeing.
mhm.
Some new research comes out. For example, remember when ADCS, Active Directory Certificate Service, was, kind of hot, right? And they kept finding new kind of novel techniques and adding them all together. And then that was now, a couple years ago, right? And
Mhm.
the delay from when the research came out to every pen test that happened was like over a year because most people were getting point in time assessments, right?
Yeah.
So, it would be like a year before the next person came along, right? And then the next person would realize that they could do this and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, they definitely compound from like the offensive security and what we're looking for, right? Um, yeah, I guess yeah, go
No,
ahead.
no, no. That's interesting to hear about because I'm thinking about on the sad reality of being an educator is I oftentimes see that annual cycle,
Yeah. Yeah.
the annual cycle, and it's so many times it's like, okay, we had the list of things to work on, everyone is improving, but
Yeah.
it's an annual clock that drives things. And so, as what you're saying, sometimes it's not till the next annual cycle
Yeah.
or maybe even the follow-on one
Yeah.
that
So to
problems get worked
to
out.
answer your
So,
question, to talk about like kind of what's next or what I'm seeing, right?
yeah, yeah.
So what I'm actually seeing is more continuous pen testing and continuous uh, vulnerability assessments, right?
Okay.
And the reason why is you are able to capture those things. Your time to detection is faster,
Hmm.
and time to remediation for misconfigurations is faster as well, right? When you wait a whole year to find
Yeah.
out that your Active Directory certificate service has been messed up, that could be a whole year too late,
Yeah,
pretty much,
of
right?
course.
Especially with how fast or how advanced some of these attackers are, right? And the
Hmm.
financial benefit that comes along with that, right?
Yeah.
We see it all the time, right? We see it. I mean, just look at Discord. I mean, look at who was the last one that just happened? Um, was it Salesforce or one of the other big ones here? Sorry if I'm misrepresenting their attack, but
Hmm.
the point is that large organizations are getting attacked right now, and if you have to wait a whole year to find out. So what I am seeing is from a trend from the offensive perspective, pen testing, other things is moving into more of a iterative and continuous testing.
I see. Okay. And so if we start relating some of what you're talking about specifically here to this conference and this CTF, um, so these types of skills that you're doing and you're trying to expose both the students and the professionals that are showing up here too.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit to that? Like what are the types of challenge? Again, I don't want you to say what exactly the challenge is or the answer, but what are the types of things that you're actually bringing to the show physically here,
Sure.
and what are the things that the students are actually doing?
Yeah. So we pretty much put together two challenges. One was physical, which is really cool because we get to learn about badge cloning and other things like that.
Okay.
And we have a lot of that gear there to actually kind of, play around with that and figure out how it works and how to read modern badging technology or older
So we're
badging
talking about
technology.
all the things you might swipe
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. So
tap or
we
whatever.
have a lot
Yeah.
of stuff with like Hit Global, which is like the largest. You see these all over the
Yep.
place, the largest
Yep.
badging, technology company in the world. and just how to attack them, how they work, and stuff like that. And how to exploit that. So that's one of the
We
challenges.
won't tell the hotel that that we're doing this, by the way.
Yeah,
But okay,
it's
yes,
all
moving
safe.
on.
It's all safe. But and then for the challenge that I put together, it was more of a what I thought was going to be a very difficult challenge,
Mm,
and I was definitely wrong. But my challenge actually has a couple different steps, but more of it was a decoding challenge,
okay.
with a little bit of a scavenger hunt in there and
Mm,
some other items. Um, I thought the decoding was going to take a while, but as soon as people kind of figured it out, it went pretty quick, and that's how it goes. But I made a revision of that same exact challenge where I kind of turned it up to 10.
mm,
So we'll see. No one's got it yet, but
I see.
that's how it kind of
And
worked.
so to interact with this, the students have to, or the participants, they have to like go over to your booth, your
Yeah.
area, and
Yeah,
interact with
so
you there.
that was how I set it up. You could also access the original challenge over the internet.
Okay,
But the challenge that I have now, you kind of have to go over to the booth.
that's
We have
cool.
some
Yeah,
laptops
nice.
set up, and you can install or do whatever you want on there. And you kind of have to solve this. It's not a riddle, more it's a coding challenge, and there's some other pieces of it too
Mm,
that expand out, so a little bit more tiered. So
okay, okay. Well, that's cool. I guess for you then too, because you can see the people physically walking
yeah,
up
absolutely.
and their thought process
Yes.
that they go
Yeah,
through.
no, it is really cool to see people kind of solve the challenge and, what you thought was going to be difficult, whether it
And then
actually
they
is
just,
difficult. Yeah, or they just mow it down and I'm like, "Oh,
yeah,
wow, that was really good. No
yeah, okay.
AI."
Yeah. Oh, okay. For the record, he mentioned the letters first, and so let's talk about that part. So,
Yeah,
AI in your particular field, and maybe we'll start there with what we're talking about with badge security.
sure.
Do you see AI being a particular player in there with helping with the encoding or decoding type challenge from an attacker's perspective, or is it just it's just a buzzword and we have other fundamentals to focus on for this type of
Man,
security?
honestly, I wish it was just a buzzword because then it wouldn't come up on like every single, webcast or any
Of
thing,
course.
Um, but no, it's definitely here to say. As far as from the badging technology, I don't really think that, the AI, but as far as physical security, AI is definitely moving its way in there, especially with cameras and other kinds of like object recognition and people recognition.
Yeah.
That's where we're probably going to see a bit of that expand, and those aren't even necessarily LLMs, right?
Mhm.
Those are just models trained for recognizing people and other stuff like that. So in the physical security world, I could definitely see that expanding where one of the things we talked about was the badge, right? Something I have, but what they're going to be doing is implementing cameras with kind of who you are as well. So identifying the person in the badge and then making a difference between those correlations, right? So this
I
doesn't
see.
look like the person who's supposed to be holding that badge.
So the person, and again, if we relate that to the attacker's perspective, the attacker is going to know I am going to now have to deal with this
Yep.
defensive
Yep.
system. This
Yep.
defensive, okay, I got to deal with a badge, but I also am going to have to deal with, well, what's the model that's being used
Yeah.
to identify this person? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also got to think about right now, historically cameras have been reactive, right? So,
Mhm.
or not reactive, but a passive way to detect that something happened, right? So in the past, we can look back and say, oh, this is what happened, right? But now they're going to be more active, right?
I
So
see.
the camera is going to be used in the sense that with, large language models and being able to identify people that we can react immediately and
Mhm.
make some kind of intelligent decision, which is don't unlock the door
Mhm.
where before that was not
So that
possible.
alert gets sent to the
Yep,
operator
yep,
actively.
yep,
That's really where we're talking, as opposed to,
yep,
yeah, the feed is saved on some FTP
yeah,
somewhere and
yeah,
we can
yeah,
go
yeah.
dig it up if
Exactly.
we need to.
We'll look up who got into the building later, but it's already after the fact.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really interesting to hear that kind of perspective. So,
But if we want to talk about AI for specific CTFs and other things, I think the biggest thing that I'm seeing personally is just coding, right? Like
mm,
it's one big magic trick right now is definitely code because it doesn't necessarily have a style. A code does have a style, but a lot of times you care more about what it does than necessarily the style it looks.
I see.
And a lot of these models are getting pretty good at coding the basic task, right?
Yeah,
And so everyone is able to code much faster. And if you do know what you're doing, you're able to essentially, 10x that code
yeah.
stack. So
And I find it with many things, it's you must ask the right questions.
yeah,
But if you know the right questions to ask, then
yeah.
from a speed
It,
perspective, there's no doubt
Yeah,
it
and
is speeding you up.
there's no world that I'm saying that this is all perfect and we don't need coding anymore.
Of
But
course.
what I am saying though is that this is an accelerator and it's accelerating quickly. And I think the wildest part for me is not how good it has gotten, but how fast it has gotten at being good.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's probably the wildest part for me, and how fast these models are coming out and improving on what people said they couldn't do or joked
Mhm.
about what they couldn't do.
Right. And I think some of those, some people see the evolution and they say, okay, that's interesting. We can keep an eye on it. But I definitely think you're pointing to something on the pen testing side where it's like, yeah, but how is this going to impact defensive security, offensive security? We're still exploring a lot of those things in cyber specifically,
Yeah.
and it'll be okay. What's the new application now
Oh
that
yeah,
this is
and I
there?
mean, another thing too is that prompt injection and other stuff like that. I played around with it, which is super fun to
Hmm.
just kind of experiment with and see how these things work. And yeah, so from a security perspective, it could be or will be not could be it
Hmm.
will be a whole kind of attack avenue inside of organizations. Absolutely, and we've actually used it on active engagements where we asked the large language model that they had internally on how to do something inside the company.
Hmm.
And after giving it the answer, we were able to successfully exploit that with the large
Hmm.
language models knowledge.
Well, and I will say on the academic side, just to get it out there so that people can realize where some of the state of the art might be, I'll say there are definitely a number of academic published papers that are showing for these object recognition models. Now, again, they might be specific examples, not broad yet, but where can we introduce something into the physical world that messes with the AI's ability to identify things correctly? Like, yes, that technology also exists
Yeah.
where someone has done the math to say, okay, we just need to introduce this type of data, this type of noise, and this type of way, and now the camera that used to think you were a human now thinks you're a car.
Yeah.
And so like
Yeah.
that type of research is being done very actively on the academic side. So
I mean, and for most people, including myself, so, AI is kind of a black box, right? Like, how does this all work, right? Like,
yeah.
functionally, and we can get into kind of the mechanics, but it's an emerging field, right?
Hmm.
And some of the answers, we don't have, right? Oh, we don't have right this second, and they're evolving, right? What we thought we knew
Right.
today is definitely different tomorrow. So
Right. Well, I definitely am interested in, and I'm happy you brought it up because I do think on the offensive side, that's something that is in some ways new territory. To what extent can it be leveraged from an attacker's perspective?
sure.
To what extent, if it gets leveraged by defense, will attackers now use that as their vector to say, you now because you're using the AI system, I have a different or new vector, a new
Oh,
way to go after you.
absolutely.
So
And from an attacker mindset, everything is fair game and on the playing field, right?
exactly.
And so anything that you put inside your environment is now something that can be used, right, to gain the leverage or the position that
Hmm.
I need to, whatever my goal is, right?
Yeah.
And mostly it's to make money.
Yeah. Imagine that
Yeah, ransomware.
ransomware is still a thing. So
Yes.
still is the
You
effective
need
way.
in essence, from someone who's just kind of started a business, you need a business model,
Hmm.
and attacking for fun is not really a business model,
No.
right? And so obviously we see that money becomes involved.
Yeah, of course. Now, again, you mentioned you were sort of wearing two hats today.
Yep.
One of those was on the offensive side. We sort of talked about that. The other was a software service side.
Yep.
Is there something there that's related to the CTF as well?
Yeah, so we actually set up the CTF. We make these devices for not just pen testing, but also for IoT or also incident response.
Okay.
What they are is they're little remote testing appliances.
So something like
Yeah,
handheld
yeah, yeah,
size?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's
Okay.
a little mini computer, a little SBC.
Okay.
And the magic is all the software. We set up a dashboard where you can actually request these things. We send them out. We do all the logistics, and then you get really full remote access to these with a dedicated VPN. You also get the devices already using a lot of security best practices in place, right? You
Okay.
know, we use secure boot. We use a TPM on the device. We encrypt everything, and you actually
Okay.
get to set the keys and other stuff like that. And so, yeah, we actually offer that as a service, and we take care of the software. You get custom images and stuff like that. So a lot of applications.
So here at the conference, in that particular booth, is that something that you are teaching people about,
Yeah.
allowing them to play with
Yeah,
and
yeah,
use?
absolutely. So in the CTF, when you actually access the device, you're going over the VPN that we have set up for that, and we actually have a one-click VNC to access the Kali machine, so
Okay.
you can do everything and have all the tools in place.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
So
as you would if you were doing a test through our platform.
So again, I'll sort of take that same idea with what I was talking about with the badge, where you got to see how the participants came over, they work with the badge, and they
Yep.
work through and
Yep.
solve your problem. They have to do something similar on the software service side, where they come over and they access this micro device and
Yeah.
and
Well,
go
so
and try to.
they would access it through a computer. Think of the micro device as like a catalyst into the network.
I see.
So the actual web server that we're running for this is not on the computer, it's not on the internet, it's actually on the other network, right? So
Okay.
and we
And
use
so this is part of the path, or no?
yeah, it is part of the path.
It's I
Yeah, you
see.
have to go through it. Yeah,
I
exactly.
see.
So what you would do is normally you would drop one of these devices into a corporate environment, plug it into their network, and now you can kind of do your internal testing and other things like that, right? And so that's what they're doing. They're accessing it remotely via VPN, and then from that device they can access a web server that would only be accessible on an internal network.
I see. It's part of their pathway in, and
Exactly.
you've got a lot of the security that's built around that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Now, well, what has been? Have you had a chance to observe any of those interactions? People interacting with that, and
Yeah. Yeah.
can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten some pretty good feedback with kind of the whole thing. And honestly, here's the thing: it's just transparent to the people who are coming and doing the CTF, which is kind of the magic, right?
Mm,
Is that they're able to essentially jump on this machine, connect to the VPN, and immediately have access to a full Kali system to start doing their testing or to do this CTF, right?
hmm
So I think the power of it is that it's not hard to use,
Oh,
right?
yes. Yeah. You don't want security to be the thing
Yes,
that locks
exactly.
you out, of course.
Exactly. And what we're trying to build is tools to accelerate um, security consulting because you know what? You charge by the hour. So the
Yeah.
more hours I have, the better test I can do. The more efficient I am. So
I see. I see. That's very interesting how you're relating that particular element to an overall business plan and what you're capable of producing for the person who's ultimately paying you and
yeah,
saying, yeah,
yeah,
now I can do a
exactly.
better job because of this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can save 4 or 5 hours in engagement, that's real money, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
That you're adding to the table. So
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm looking here at the scoreboard, and I've been sort of teasing everyone here throughout the day that's come on and talked to me and said, okay, we've got a number of teams here that are students, a handful that are professionals. Who do we think is going to be at the top? And when you sit down and talk to me, it happens to be University of Central Florida, followed by a Squid Proxy Lovers, which I was informed is another student team, and then of course United States Air Force Academy being the top three, at least right now. Again,
sure.
this has changed. This has not been the same three all morning. Um, so having said that, does this surprise you to see some student teams that are listed at the top, or is this something that you
No,
were
it
expecting professionals only?
yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Actually, you know what I think surprises me more. I think this might be the first CTF I've been at where there was decent cash prizes involved, right?
Oh yes, yeah.
So I figure that people are going to be pretty hungry out right now.
hmm
And yeah, no, when the I started the challenge yesterday and had set it up, I thought, oh man, this is going to take forever, and they kind of mowed right down. So I knew the competition was decent at that point, right? It didn't take them nearly as long as I anticipated. So that being said, though, I'm not really surprised. It does seem like some of these teams out here are definitely skilled. I
hmm
mean, I was just sitting there shoulder surfing and watching some of them, do what they did, and they were definitely proficient. So
Yeah, that's really cool to see that so many of these Florida schools, and again, not all of them being from Florida, but a number of these from Florida
yeah,
are definitely very involved in this type of activity, which is cool. And hey,
yeah,
some cash prizes always
it definitely is
says
a
I'm going to take the time
it's
to
definitely a
take the
motivator.
drive,
Yeah, I
So
mean, for many CTFs, it's about the clout or
yeah.
the reputation of getting first or whatever. But putting the money on the table also kind of changes the game up a
Yeah,
little
and
bit.
as a professor, I'll say when the students living on ramen,
Exactly.
they
Yeah, I mean
man,
that's what I meant when I said you have some hungry students out
that's
there,
right.
right?
So that's funny. Well, an interesting element too that has been a factor that has changed this. Again, when I was talking to perhaps the Rear Admiral earlier, or talking to Roman, we saw some different universities that were listed at the top, some different teams. But that being the King of the Hill element has come online now. So you're my first guest that I'm talking to that the King of the Hill element is here and becomes a factor as part of these
Uh-huh.
scores. And so I'm curious about your thoughts. Like a lot of what they've been going after have been the
Flag.
challenges and the flags and the
Yep.
puzzles like what you're making.
Yep.
But now they also have that active, I'm going to go after this particular target.
Yeah.
While other people are going after this target. This is not something that's contained. This is not something that just belongs to me.
Sure.
And
Oh,
so,
I mean, I would love the King of the Hill. I would attack immediately. That would probably be the first thing I rolled into as soon as that turned on, because it's a lot more. So I think the King of the Hill aspect adds a bit of fun to kind of going back in a real player type environment, as opposed to just a system that's designed to work one way, and
mhm,
it's maybe got some little tricks in there, but now you're actually interacting with the other person, so you get to have a lot more fun, and take over. And I would be changing as many things as I possibly can to hold that position, right?
mhm,
So yeah, I would think like an attacker in that particular
mhm.
perspective, and also think like a defender quickly.
I see. Yeah. And I definitely noticed that when that element of the competition came online, there were a lot of score changes very quickly as people started to go, well, to what extent can I engage with that? And I'm emphasizing that because, of course, the max team size here has been 4 students.
Sure.
So how am I going to divert my
Yeah.
resources? It's pretty limited.
I think the other interesting aspect besides the cash, which I mentioned, is the time. It's not that long of an engagement, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
so this is kind of short, and I think your time management is going to be huge, because it's also very difficult because you don't know how difficult some of these challenges may be,
Hmm.
right? And the reward that you're going to get back from that, right? So it's definitely
Right.
a lot of playing. What is it worth it?
Yeah, exactly. Question mark.
Yes, question
Um,
mark. And that it comes into like, you'd need like a whole person just running a spreadsheet on whether I should be doing this.
Exactly. And so many competitions do have something like that where they
You're
have a coach. They have
yeah,
someone saying,
yeah,
work on this. Okay,
yep.
no, stop working on
Yeah,
this. This
you've
is not
spent your
efficient.
allotted time. We have to
Exactly.
move to the next thing, and maybe that'll be an easier win.
But that's not a luxury that these people have here as they're doing these challenges. So
Yeah, it's very
um
short.
yeah, that, and again, time crunches are usually a big part of CTFs. That is by design. So this one is no exception in that.
Yeah.
Um, one as we're kind of wrapping up here, I got one or two last ideas. Something also kind of specific about this CTF that I was thinking about um, was how so many of the students here, as they're working on their challenges and as they're trying to earn points, they really are doing a lot of that. Okay, is this worth my time? But also like, is this interesting, and have other people solved it?
Mhm.
Something I haven't necessarily seen, and I'm not trying to give anyone too many ideas, but I've seen it at other CTFs, is they say, okay, I've solved it and I haven't turned in the flag yet.
Yeah, holding
And
back,
I'm
right?
gonna hold back a little bit and
Yeah.
see how the playing field goes out. So
Yeah.
again, as I'm talking to the person that says think like the attacker, it's I wonder if there is any of that. And that's another interesting part of the King of the Hill is no, you have to go engage with the target.
Yeah.
Because if you sit back, like, well, then you never get it. And it is a time element to the engagement. So
Yeah, so definitely
um
like holding back on some of those flags can disincentivize somebody and think that they're in the lead, and
yeah,
at the very end you kind of cash in a
exactly.
bunch. I'm sure that techniques is used a bunch, right?
Yeah,
To
of course.
especially, you're gaining a bunch. Those flags are still yours all the way into the last second, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
So those points are counted. It just might not be counted on the board. So to your point, that's gonna move a bunch because with
Who
that
knows?
technique, who
And
knows how
who
many are
knows?
on there? Who knows who's
It's
really in first, right?
it's always a question that I like to toss out there about halfway through to say, okay, clearly some a pattern is emerging. You can
Uh-huh.
start seeing the top 10 as things go.
Yeah,
The
you
King
start
of the
seeing the
Hills
big
come
gaps,
online,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
But there's always that, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this really, or we got to remember it's a bunch of hackers, who knows? But
Yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting technique. But in the end, it's really about just gathering them all. I
mm,
think everyone here is probably going to be working as hard as they can anyways. And if I were being a coach of a team, I would say forget about the scoreboard. Let's talk
mm.
about what we need to do next, because every second really kind of matters, right? Every
Right.
second.
And I definitely find that, okay, are you operating at an ideal capacity? Do you need a break? Take a quick break. It's
Yeah.
too many hours to just power through nonstop. As I say that, I can see the amount of monster that there is in the room. So I know
Yeah, I think
everyone will take my advice and throw it out the window, but again,
yeah, there's a
it's
lot of
still,
Celsiuses
yeah,
and other kinds of energy drinks
yep,
to keep you going here. But
yeah. And anyways, I want to say thanks again for taking the time here to stop over and talk to us.
yeah, thanks for chatting.
And I definitely hope to hear more about the students that are going over and engaging with your stuff. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah,
So,
awesome. I
all right.
appreciate it.
All right. Thanks.
Yep,
We'll be
thank you.
back in a few minutes. Welcome back to CyberBay. I'm joined now with Shelby. They got that right, Shelby,
Yes,
and
Shelby.
Shelby is with Anti-Siphon Training,
Yep.
who is one of the vendors that's represented here at the conference. So, first of all, Shelby, thanks for taking the time to step away from your vendor activities and talk to us here at the CTF.
First.
So let's start here. What is it that you do at maybe what is it that your company does, and what is it that you do at this organization?
Yeah, so anti-siphon training is part of like a bigger group of companies under Black Hills Information Security. And with anti-siphon training, we focus on training for individuals and businesses.
Hmm.
Our main thing is making sure that people can get like quality training that's actually affordable for individuals to pay for. So we're really big on making sure we're kind of bridging that skill gap. We have a lot of students that come to us out of college saying, okay, I've earned my degree,
Hmm.
but now there's things I'm seeing in the jobs I'm looking for that they didn't teach me in college.
Interesting. Interesting.
So we have classes that are taught by our owner, John Strand, stuff like getting started in security, SOC core skills,
Hmm.
that you can take for on a what we like to call pay forward what you can scale.
Hmm.
So you can take the training courses for low prices, like $25. Some of them you can even take for free, just because we want to make sure people in the community have the knowledge they need to be able to find the jobs they're looking for.
Cool. Okay. So a training focused company here at this conference. I've definitely seen a lot of students around.
Yes. Yeah.
But again, there definitely are a lot of professionals as well.
Hmm.
You've spent some time at your booth yesterday, I'm
Oh yeah.
assuming,
Yep.
this morning.
Yep.
What's that been like? What have you seen coming through from an experience perspective?
It's been a lot of fun. There's definitely a lot of students here, which is great to see because a lot of them seem really interested in the like CTFs and the labs we had yesterday.
Hmm.
And it's great to see so many students interested in getting like hands-on with stuff.
Hmm.
So that's been really cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, getting a little bit more specific with you personally,
Hmm.
what is it that you do at the company?
Yeah, so with anti-siphon training, I help with like the community aspect of things. I also do a little bit of like the business to business side of stuff. So we do private training for organizations, and then just again the helping individuals figure out what kind of stuff it is.
So you're working with a lot of the people that are in need of the training to figure out what's the
Yes.
right training for them
Yes.
is a big
Yep.
part of what you're doing. Okay,
Yep.
cool. So having said that, do you find that there's a particular demand that seems to be high right now at the moment here in 2025?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So right now, we're getting a lot of requests for classes that are based on AI skills.
As I
'Cause-
write that down, I am a professor, by the
Yes.
way, so it's like,
Okay.
oh, okay,
Yep.
we're gonna write that one down,
Yep. So AI is obviously very big right
of
now.
course.
The other course that we introduced fairly recently, earlier this year, that's been very popular is space security. So InfoSec in space.
Security. Okay.
Yeah, it's an InfoSec in space course. That one has also been very big.
I
So
Shelby, I have questions. InfoSec in space. So we mean like literally outer space,
yeah, so like satellites
satellite
and things like
security.
that. Yeah.
I see.
Yep.
And I guess all the different rocket launches of satellites
Oh
that are
yeah.
happening, and
Yep.
that becomes a big thing.
Yep.
Um, I can't say that that's something I know a lot about. Do I ask you, or is this no? We both need to take the
No,
training.
yeah, there's a gentleman named Tim Fowler who teaches the course, and it is a very good class and it's very popular.
Wow, that's
So
interesting. Okay, fun.
yes,
So I guess we could do that. If you're looking for whether it be AI or whether it be
space
learning about
security.
space,
Yep.
I will certainly agree that hey, anything that's got a computer in it, you can't
You
ignore the
need to, oh
cybersecurity.
yeah,
Yeah, you can't ignore the
they're gonna
security.
find a way to
Oh,
hack into it. So
exactly. So and I care about the things in space, so let's keep that going as well.
oh yeah.
Well, that's cool. That's very interesting perspective here to share. Now again, we'll get a little bit more specific to this particular CTF and conference as well. Um, this is the first time I believe we've been here for 2025 Cyber Bay.
Yes, yeah.
But I mean, we've all been to lots of other conferences.
Oh yeah.
What's something that has maybe jumped out at you at this particular conference and this particular CTF?
Yeah, not a lot of conferences put such a big focus on like the hands-on labs
Mm,
and the CTF aspect of things. And I think it's really awesome that they are doing the kind of prizes they are for the CTF. Like those are some big cash prizes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the teams are student teams, so
Mm-hmm.
that is like a decent chunk of money for students,
Yeah.
which is great to see. So it's awesome to see a conference that's putting such a big focus on like AI and hands-on learning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. So again, being at the booth, you are working for one of the vendors that did contribute a
Yes.
CTF
Yeah.
challenge to the CTF portion and what a
Yeah.
lot of these competitors are solving. Do you know any of the details about that? Again, I don't want to put you on the spot and have you share details on a stream that will influence things, but anything that you're willing to share on the CTF detail side, I'm always asking those people those questions.
Yes, so I'm not super technical, but I do know the basics of it is going to be it's a keyboard injection lab. So you have one computer and then you have another computer that has a wireless keyboard attached to it.
Okay.
And your goal is using the first computer to hack into the keyboard for the second one.
So
And
we mean like literally something like this, like
yeah,
a wireless keyboard.
yeah,
This is what you're trying to hack into,
yep, trying to hack into that so you can write stuff onto
so
the
that you can
second
start
keyboard.
typing
Mm-hmm.
onto the computer that you don't have direct access to.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, and this
Yep.
is part of what the challenges that you've been running over on the Hacker Village side of things.
Yes, yeah. We've had a couple other Wi-Fi hacking labs we've been doing yesterday, but that particular keyboard lab is the one that we're doing for the CTF today.
Fun, interesting. Now, again, if you don't know, that's okay. But do you know of anyone that has engaged with it or solved it yet, or not sure?
We do. We've had a handful of people that have come through and have figured out how to find the flag we have hidden in there. So it's
Nice.
been really cool to see people solving the problem. One person even found a way to get the flag without doing it the way we expected.
Oh,
So that's always cool to see.
learn a few things along the way yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I was just talking with one of the last people about how, as we take a look at the scores on the scoreboard, how so many of them have been student-based teams. That's
Hmm.
always been really encouraging to me, being a professor, to go like, yeah, the students are there with a lot of their energy, and they're trying this, and it's not just professionals that are coming in and owning everything. Um, but something that I find interesting with a lot of this is how the team size is only 4 people.
Yeah.
So you
Yep.
you have a relatively small team for many CTFs. A lot of times,
Right.
there's some of them are solo, but a lot of them are bigger. You might have 6 or 8
Yeah.
or even 10. So from a training perspective, and then from a CTF perspective, what do you think the team size does to this type of atmosphere and environment?
Yeah, I think having the smaller teams definitely makes it a little more challenging, because when you're working with a large team, it's a lot easier to get through the challenges a lot quicker.
Hmm.
So I've also noticed there are some groups that have had to split up into multiple teams, like the
Hmm.
Good Proxy Lovers. There's 3 different groups of them there.
Hmm.
So
University of South Florida has a
yes, they
handful,
have
of
a couple.
course,
Oh
because
yeah.
we're right here in Tampa.
Yep.
So yeah, that's interesting that you're noticing things that
Yeah.
I see it from a slightly different way, but again, just interesting to hear your perspective on that. Um, Something I also found interesting was how the CTF here is being run side by side with a very active King of the Hill element,
Yeah.
where there's
Yep.
live compromise happening of the boxes and devices.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is there a training for that? Is there a training where I could go in and let's see, I'm going to talk to Anti-Siphon live on the spot so I can take a training and then solve one of the CTFs? Do you think any of the participants are doing that type of thing, or perhaps should be encouraged to do that kind of thing, or is it, well, no, you should have done your homework last week and then come up? So
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can really take on the spot
yeah,
to help with that kind of stuff. But
well, it certainly is a loaded question, but I figure a good follow-up though might be looking at some of the skill sets that are necessary to solve these CTFs. Which trainings are offered that you could have now say, after the fact, well, gee, maybe you would have won some of that cash prize if you had done some of this, advanced a little bit more, and learned about some of these things. So that just again, as an educator myself, I certainly say there's always more things you could and should be learning. So
yeah, yeah.
taking advantage of those resources and realizing when they're there.
Yeah, I mean, we have a ton of red team based courses that would
Okay.
probably be very helpful for this kind of stuff.
Yep.
And all of them are hands-on. So there's
Okay.
hands-on labs involved with the courses.
Hmm.
So some of the stuff you might even get the hands-on experience for
Hmm.
if you take the courses as
Hmm.
well.
Okay, very cool. Well, again, I don't want to keep you too long. I know you've got your vendor stuff going on and lots of other
Mhm.
things. Shall we? So, anything else that you want to perhaps share about plugs for anything or comments about the conference itself or the CTF or?
Yeah, so one of the other things I've definitely noticed at this con, especially with there being so many students, is there's also a lot of people looking for job opportunities.
Hmm,
And although Anti-Siphon doesn't have any openings currently, we do host a workshop. It's going to be a 4-hour workshop in November, hosted by Jason Blanchard, and
mhm.
it's a hack your way into a job workshop.
Nice.
So he has been very helpful with people in the community looking for work. And if you are looking for work, definitely join us for that workshop in November.
Yeah, I can only imagine, especially with so many students here. It's like, gosh, did you update your resume before coming? I hope
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
And in the event that you didn't, sounds like that's okay.
Yeah.
The, in November, you said, do you want to say that again?
Yep. In November, we're going to have a 4-hour workshop. It is a course you can take for free, and it's going to help you hack your way into a job in this
Hey,
industry.
again, hey, students, get a job. Get
Yeah.
get your resume up. Get a job. So you need that. But well, again, Shelby, thanks again for taking the time to do this.
Yes.
We're
Thank
going
you
to
so
take a
much,
quick break,
James.
and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks.
Everyone, it looks like the lunch has been served. It's there. So as soon as you walk out of this door, you should be able to see lunch tables like right there, literally. So please eat.
Check. Check. I can also just yell. Check, 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 check. Oh wait, it is working. Hey guys, just a heads up. It is 12:30, so 5 more challenges have been released. That's a great noise I just heard. They are particularly troublesome, harping on network security, collision, rotating API key, and Zorro. Have fun.
And welcome back this afternoon at the CyberBay Conference 2025 here in Tampa. I am joined now by Ashley here. That now that we've had a little bit of a lunch break, I'm sure you've been able to see people wandering around, and the hackers who have decided to simply power through on Monster and energy drinks to be able to say, "I don't need lunch. I'm going to just keep going with all the hacking in the CTF." But nevertheless, like I said, I'm back. I'm talking here with Ashley, and Ashley has a very interesting specific background in research, which I'm definitely interested to talk to her about, and that, of course, is industrial control system security. So, Ashley, welcome.
Thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and say a little bit about yourself, and again, the field and focus where your cybersecurity expertise actually lies. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm Ashley Wolf. I am co-owner of Wolf Evolution, and we do industrial control system cybersecurity. So do assessments and consulting and training is a big proponent that we do. So we're here just trying to, bit of a industrial control system piece to an aspect to the CTF and the hacker village, and give them some exposure. It's very, very important thing that's going on right now. It's been in the news a lot and everything, and so want to make sure that we're bringing that component in.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you're one of the organizations that's been set up both yesterday as well as today, being able to talk to all the participants. Well, what's that been like? Yesterday as well as this morning. What are the things
Yeah.
you've experienced and the types of people that have come up to you?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really cool. We've had all kinds of different people that have come up. Anywhere from students to professionals that are already working and primarily in an IT aspect, and so being able to kind of introduce them to industrial control systems, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, we know what that is. Like we've heard about that, but like we have no idea what it does.
Mhm.
It's been a really cool experience being able to talk to some of the professors that are like, oh yeah, we would love to be able to teach this because it's becoming more and more prevalent. Whether you're in a company that you're on the IT side, but that company happens to be something that does critical infrastructure, manufacturing, something
Right.
like that. A lot of these guys are being asked to also do OT security now, but
Right.
they don't know what these devices are. They don't know how to operate in that environment. So being able to bring that exposure to them, and at least get them, the basics of it, is something that's been really, really, really awesome to do and really awesome to see.
Yeah,
like,
and I'll
people-
say, like, as a professor, I definitely am familiar with a lot of programs across the country, cyber programs, and I see how many have critical infrastructure courses,
Mhm.
but usually it's like one.
Right.
There's too many things to teach in a bachelor's degree, and so like maybe the graduates get one course.
Mhm.
And something that Ashley mentioned there of the OT side of things, that operational tech is
Yep.
not the same as IT, and
Yep.
there definitely are different ways to be thinking about that. So it certainly feels, as with everything cyber, we make our best effort, but in some ways it feels insufficient. Of like,
Yeah.
there's more to learn, there's more to do, there's more to explore, and so
Yep.
that's part of what your company and organization helps with.
Yes. Yep.
Both professors and
Yeah.
entry level people on the job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
we've actually seen a big uptick in even controls engineers. So people that work in that operational environment
So someone who
that
wasn't a cyber trained
yeah,
person.
they weren't a cyber trained person.
Gotcha.
They are actually a control engineer. So they know all of the operational technology stuff. They don't know the cyber stuff.
Gotcha.
And so we've seen an uptick in people like that reaching out to us and saying, hey, like we know how our environment works, but can you teach us some of the cyber stuff? So we kind of have our our introductory class, we kind of split it, and we have it that runs two ways, right? So we have the portion that, if it's like control engineers that are coming to us, we kind of slim down some of the, what is a PLC, what is a HMI, those kind of things. And we have a little bit more of like, the cybersecurity content in there,
Right.
kind of start bringing them up to speed with that kind of stuff.
That's
Then,
funny.
yeah,
I'm thinking about how many engineers that I know where it's like, if you spell out what does a PLC mean, they're going to roll their eyes and go, "Oh gosh, come on, I know all that."
yeah,
But if you ask them, "Well, what's CIA mean?"
right,
and they're like,
exactly.
I don't know. Are you talking about the CIA for
Yeah.
the government? It's like, no, I'm talking
Yeah.
about confidentiality, like
Right.
those types of things
Yep.
are not in their vocabulary.
Mhm.
But when you ask the cyber person, it's completely reversed.
Yep.
If
Absolutely.
If I talk to you again
Yeah.
about confidentiality, it's like, yeah, gosh, I know what that is, but I
Yeah.
have no idea what an HMI is.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then we do the same thing on the flip side. So people that are IT, we slim down. They don't need all of the cybersecurity jargon. They already know that. They need what is the operational technology stuff.
Right.
And so we spell out those definitions, teach them about how the programming for those devices is different, how the setup for those devices is different, and bring them up to speed there. So it's kind of trying to, make both sides meet in
Right.
the middle.
You're doing where they're working together.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly. Because that's probably the biggest problem right now. Is that
Okay.
they're fighting against each other.
They're fighting. So the tech people are
Mhm.
not working well with the engineers, and we need to work better to secure this particular. I gotcha.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's there is no middle ground right now.
Mm.
I will talk to operations people and they'll say, "Oh, well, cybersecurity is terrible. We don't like them. They're just trying to make our job more difficult."
Mm.
And then you talk to security people and they're like, "We're not. Like we're just trying to, but they won't let us do anything."
Mm.
And they just don't understand each other.
Yeah,
And,
as I can imagine, they both care about the same thing,
Mhm.
and neither one wants to give up
right.
that control without understanding what it is that they're doing.
Exactly.
So yeah, the
Exactly.
understanding part matters a lot. Well, that's interesting. So relating what you're talking about then a little bit more specifically to the competition here and what you've been seeing. So you've been having students come up to you and talk to you about this kind of stuff. You're one of the organizations that has built a challenge specifically for this MetaCTF competition. What are you at liberty to reveal about
Yeah.
this particular challenge and what
Yeah.
it's been like?
So we kept our challenge fairly basic,
Right.
just as an introductory level. Specifically because we didn't really know what the skill level would be, what their exposure would be to industrial control systems. So we brought a programmable logic controller with us, and it has data content. It's running a program, and so they have to figure out how to find a PLC. So, if they scan a network, what does that look like on the network? What kind of protocols could it be running? And so we stuck with the most common protocol. And so a little bit of research, they can figure out what that protocol is, and then how to extract data
I see.
from that PLC. So that's kind of, the basic of their challenges is
I got you.
pull that data out.
And so, certainly as a professor, I can imagine cybersecurity students, they're going to have a lot of experience getting on a network, grabbing data, pulling it, starting to understand it. But what they might not have seen is the type of data,
Exactly.
because a PLC is going to be producing different data than what your average desktop or laptop or whatever might be doing. So,
Right. Yeah, and even different tools and methods to get that data. So a lot of them, when they come over to our table, they're like, okay, yeah, we found the device, and they'll verify, like, is this the device? And I'll say, yeah, that's the device. But then they're like, well, how do we get the data out?
what is this? It's
Right. So they're having to figure out what a function code is, because that's a different way to talk to something. With a web, with a web page or something like that, you can just get the data from it.
right.
But then you have to be able to talk to it in a certain way. And so they're figuring out, oh, okay, hey, how can I do this? Or, oh, hey, what are these tools? And so they're having to download a lot of the tools. They're also finding the difficulty of being on an operational technology network, because a lot of times you don't have internet access.
Yeah.
Some of those it's very limited, right? So part of the challenge is they have to come over, and we have a router there that doesn't have internet. So they have to connect to that router, The information's there. We're not making them hack that or anything, but they have to connect to that router. But then they get on there, they don't have the tool, they don't have internet, then they have to disconnect and they have to go get the tool and then they have to reconnect. But that's the reality and challenge of working in those environments, is that sometimes you have to do that, or you have to come prepared with your tool set.
Right. Or learn to do the job with the tool that
Right.
I wasn't planning on doing it with. This is
Exactly.
what I have available to me.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah. It's a
yeah.
lot of that living off the land
I see.
kind of thing. So yeah.
So having said that, you've had the opportunity to see some students come over and do that. Do you
Mhm.
know of any of that have actually solved your
Yeah.
challenge, or
I have
so we've
had
had
I've
success?
had three.
Okay,
I've had
cool.
three that have solved the challenge. So
Okay.
yeah.
And how does that make you feel seeing that they were able to do that? Like, did they
It's
fumble? Was it just all over? Or was it too easy for them?
um
Like, what was your
yeah.
reaction to this?
So they had so if they came to us yesterday and did some of the hacking village Hacker Village challenges, they got a little kind of a preview,
Mhm.
a little bit of exposure and a little bit of learning. So yesterday was a lot of learning. Like I was exhausted
Mhm.
yesterday. Like I wanted to go on the yacht and see the drones, and I laid down and was out. I totally missed it. But there was a lot of learning yesterday about that. So if they came to us yesterday and we worked through it with them and kind of taught them, then today they came back and they remembered and they did beautifully. So there was a lot of that kind of like they got rewarded today for the effort and the work that they put in yesterday. But yesterday there was a lot of learning and a lot of teaching. And it was really cool to kind of see them be like, oh, that's how you do it. Like this is so cool. I think the coolest thing that I saw is one of them, one of their team members actually wrote a custom Python script to read all of the registers, and it was really cool. And so they brought that over today, and they just ran it, and it was right there.
Nice.
So yeah, it was really cool.
Well, that's interesting to see how students are using the things that they learned one day so that the next day when competition is
Yeah.
now on, all right, I've got some tool, I've got a plan, I've got strategy. And
Yeah.
of course, that's a big part of what we're trying to instill with these competitions is try out your skills, figure out problems, but also think about how can I better prepare myself for the next one. And
Yep.
that's obviously your professional trajectory when you think about the big picture. So if I could ask you a little bit about your professional trajectory and what you're seeing in the big picture,
Yeah.
what are some of the things that you are seeing on the day job throughout the rest of the year, not here at the conference,
Yeah.
that are things you're working on, or maybe things even that you're concerned about? Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of polls and surveys and stuff like that throughout this year, the different various conferences that we've been at, trying to figure out, what are people interested in? What do they want to learn? What do they want to see? Stuff like that. And so this time of the year for us, through pretty much the end of the year and into the beginning of the year, is a little bit slower time. ICS environments don't like to do assessments at the end of the year, because if something breaks, then you're working through Thanksgiving, through Christmas, and so we tend to have a little bit more development time during this time of year, and so we're working on developing more of our training programs that we do. So putting all of that data together in what people are looking for, and we've seen a really big uptick in kind of defense in being able to identify what potential vulnerabilities, what kind of things are being happening in ICS environments. So we work with a couple of companies to kind of put together some of that data of what they're seeing in industrial control system attacks, and then we start to we're building our training class around being able to identify those things. So like how to write the signatures, what kind of things to look for, what's kind of current in the market right now in the
I see.
vectors. Yeah.
Now, earlier today, I was talking with the Rear Admiral who was giving me the crash lesson in maritime as a specific security sector. You've mentioned certainly ICS a few times. Can you be specific to say a sector or a type of attack that you're talking about? Just for that reference and that anchor point.
Yeah. So looking at one of the like most famous ones that people know about is obviously Stuxnet.
Yeah, of
but
course.
that's really old, right?
Yeah.
But most recently is Colonial Pipeline.
Okay.
that happened here in the U.S.
Yep.
So obviously pipeline was shut down
Mhm.
even for a few days. The entire East Coast. I mean, it was just mayhem. Right?
Mhm.
People were going and rushing to the gas station and trying to get as much gas as they could. It was gas prices went up to like $9 a gallon. It was crazy, and that was only for 3 days. Imagine what would happen if that was longer.
6 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Or more damaging, or something happened and they had inadvertently exploded part of the pipeline.
Right.
Like that's the kind of things that can happen with these systems, and why it's so important for us to protect them. Because something like that could be very, very devastating. So we're looking at those kind of things, making sure that the power grid is seen in the news all the time. There's Chinese hackers in our grid, but we work with utility companies to make sure that that we're securing the grid, that we're putting in good infrastructure, and we're testing those devices to make sure that they're putting in the safest possible things so that we can prevent that from happening.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense how you're talking about specific industries. Again, like I said, he was talking about maritime, but you're talking more about power, about energy, those things being the ones that are really rubber meets the road, and everyone is going to feel it immediately when those types of things have issues. I can imagine others being financial sector, transportation sector. These are others that might not be in the news as much, but again, they're still using those PLCs. They're using that type of engineering capability, and they're networked to some extent.
Oh yeah.
Are they connected to the internet? Maybe not, but there certainly is that network there. We've got that cyber element to it that matters a lot. So that's very interesting to hear about. So.
Yeah. I mean, most people don't realize how much they interact with something that's controlled by a PLC every single day. Just driving down the road.
It's like
You stop at a traffic light.
the
That's
stoplights are there,
controlled, right?
right?
There's not a person back there changing the lights.
Yeah.
It's a PLC.
Yeah.
That's doing that kind of thing. And it's constant. Air traffic control. They're using those kind of things. Everything is this whole world. Our world is automated now. And these devices are very, very insecure, and need that protection.
Right. And definitely I can appreciate we as the industry need to continue working with those engineers.
Yep.
To get more engineers to come to this kind of conference, to get more cyber people to understand their tech so we can better communicate there and
Absolutely.
overall make the systems more resilient.
Yeah.
So, well, I want to say thanks for obviously taking the time to step away from what it is you're doing, come talk to us here from the stream for this competition. I'll give you the last word. Any kind of closing comments or thoughts with how all this has gone, and what you're looking forward to the rest of the day?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think this has been great. I'm looking forward to. They told us that it's going to be in March. From moving forward, so they're going to start doing this in March again. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to coming back. Looking forward to doing more of these CTFs and expanding what they're seeing with industrial control systems. And then looking forward to seeing more competitors come in and win our challenge.
Take on your challenges.
Yeah.
And I'm sure those competitors are going to have to start going, hey, what is ICS? And what kind of protocols do they run? ChatGPT, can we give me a quick answer here? Because it looks different, and analyzing a protocol you've never seen before. Well, sorry, cyber people, that's something that's got to be in your repertoire, especially as we start dealing with OT. So
absolutely.
That's really cool. All right. Thanks again, Ashley.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a quick break and talk to the next person. Hi, and welcome back here to our Cyber Afternoon in Cyber Bay. We're running with our MetaCTF, and I am now joined by Marvin. And Marvin is faculty at USF. Let me get
USF.
that right.
That's
All right.
correct.
I definitely, with multiple schools from Florida being here, the last thing I want to do as the New Yorker is confuse them because while I won't be offended, I'm sure some people might be if I confuse USF with one of the other. We'll leave it as that,
There's
as
some
the other
rivalry
schools.
there.
Yes, I'm aware of the rivalry. Word makes it up to me in New York as to that. But no, you're a lot of respect here to all the cyber programs in Florida.
Thank you.
And I definitely find that there's obviously a lot of good competitions like this, as well as so many others that you guys partake in. So that's been really cool. So definitely not coming from the corporate side of things. I'm very interested to hear, especially because as I look at the scoreboard, you yourself have some of your students competing in this.
Absolutely.
And I'd love to hear what you have to say about your experience with this competition as well as how your students are doing. So
Well,
yeah.
yes, we have the USF Cyber Herd team competing at the CyberBay CTF, and pretty much everybody in the team is here, one way or the other. They are involved. We had CTFers here today, but yesterday we had the debaters as well.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. Um, so yeah, the team is here competing in the CTF, and yesterday we had some participating in the debates. And the CTF is awesome. I think that the team always enjoys the competitive challenges and
Mhm.
facing different challenges perhaps they have not seen before or similar with a different turn to them. It exposes to a new learning experience. I think it helps also not just on the technical side of things, but also develop teamwork,
Mhm.
leadership skills that are needed also in the cybersecurity landscape today. Is in high demand as well. The fact that um, sometimes in the cybersecurity scope of challenges we have to present to the C-suite or leaders in the organization or even other folks that are not necessarily very tech savvy or knowledgeable about the cybersecurity tools or equipment that needs to use. And I think that developing those teamworks, leadership skills, communication
Mhm.
is also an important aspects of what these competitions actually help develop.
That's really cool. I didn't think about it that way of what are some of the big values that they're getting by doing that, but certainly with you, it's like you can have your students come here and then not just in the competition, but the fact that it's attached to a conference, have the students to get that practice while the professor's here. Like
Correct.
it's not just, okay, guys, go to this conference. It's I'll be there as well. And so we can have some of that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually
But
participating in the competition as well here and there. I inject myself in the team and try to be part of the competition too. I love it too. It's part of
it's a lot of fun.
yeah, exactly. It's a lot of rush and fun as well.
And regardless of who shows up at number one on the scoreboard at the end of the day, I mean, part of it too will just be, well, realizing how many professionals are here as well that are trying to take on some of these challenges, and your students were able to beat them out.
Correct.
So again, it's all relative, but you can take a lot of wins out of it, looking at it from one perspective or another.
Absolutely that, and the fact that you mentioned several institutions from Florida here is
Yeah.
elevating the professionalism, the skills, the expertise that these students eventually will bring to the workforce, and that's what
Yeah.
we're all for.
Yeah.
And Florida is a powerhouse when it comes to cybersecurity. I think this is a statement for that.
Yeah, that's really cool to hear. So specifically about this particular competition, um, are you able to share anything that you've seen that seems really interesting or fun or has been?
Well,
Um,
the combination of cyber physical challenges, I think here in the vendor booth pavilion, we had several cyber physical challenges. Some are related to industrial control systems, others more on the imaging side, and others in the lock picking. There's combination of the traditional, CTF challenges. You have web, forensics, and all those kind of things, plus the cyber physical side of things here in the pavilion, which is pretty cool. I love the combination of things, and in the CTF will perhaps it's already started. I think the King on the Hill.
yeah, that's
So
been
that
really-
combination, I think, brings different skills and different perspectives to the overall CTF, which is
Mhm.
pretty cool. I really like that.
Yeah, and I really liked how some of the vendors, the professionals, were able to build a
Mm-hmm.
challenge specific to
Correct.
their industry to say, okay,
Exactly.
guys, see if you can solve this because this is literally what I'm doing and getting paid to do.
Exactly.
And that's part of that. So that's exactly what you're talking about there. That yeah, that has been really cool to see for this particular conference, in this competition. So another interesting element that I've talked about with a few people was just the team size. You know, the fact that you're limited to just 4 students, and I see kind of because of that, there's a few different teams here that are USF. And so is that something that you guys kind of talked about ahead of time of like who's going to be on which
Yes,
team? And
absolutely.
so can you speak to a little bit of the team and how people are working?
Absolutely. Well, basically, we try to identify students that had within the team, obviously, the skills that would elevate the team at a competitive level, right?
Mhm.
So, obviously, you have forensics, you may have OSINT, you may
Mhm.
have web, pound, all those different challenges, and you have students that are good in some areas or perhaps across, and you would like to pick students that could, at
Mhm.
the whole, bring the competitive level of the team above the others, right?
Mhm.
So that's kind of how we went strategically selecting
Mhm.
the different members of the teams. And you have also in this particular competition, you have the ability to combine students plus graduate students that perhaps are already in the industry. So
Mhm.
um, we counted for that as well. So
Mhm.
those that are out, what skills they have developed, what focus areas they're working on, so that when we pair them with others, the competitive level of that particular team is high.
Right. And when you only have 4 slots per team, it's like you got to
That's right.
really be thinking about what are those 4 people that you're going to have working together. And I'm sure there's going to be gaps regardless of how you slice it.
Exactly,
So,
exactly.
especially when you consider the elements that we do have of the CTF, the physical stuff you got to go walk over and do with the vendors, but then there's also the king of the hill. So
Exactly.
there's a variety of skill sets there. So, um, well, again, I don't want to take up too much of your time because I'm sure you're eager in the last hour or so of this competition to
That's
get
right.
back over and talk with your teams and your students. But I'll give you the last word. Anything in particular that you want to share, either about your program or about the students or about the competition in general, the whole conference, whatever it is you might want to
Well,
highlight, I'd be happy to hear it.
I think that one thing that I would like to highlight is the students being here. It's a tremendous opportunity for us as Floridians and particularly the student base that we have here to elevate even more the cybersecurity posture that we have at a state level.
Mm,
And the investments that we had at the state, the university
mm,
focus on cybersecurity skills as well. We recently launched a new college, the Bellini College of AI, Cybersecurity and Computing, which is very young. I mean, it's just launched,
mhm,
and our team is young, so I think that we have ways to go to really consider ourselves national level competitors. I think that we're getting there. We have
mhm,
in several competitions placed in top level podium
mhm,
positions, but I think there's work to do, and I'm really proud to see and witness the students here focused, driven,
mhm.
excited to be in this type of events that elevate overall the skill level of cybersecurity across.
Yeah, and I continue to hope that the people that have the resources or funds to be
Yes,
able to help make things like that
that's
happen
right.
realize how eager we are as faculty to want
To
to stand
advance that.
behind these things, how happy the students are when this happens. And I think that conference like this is really showing the rubber meets the road of where that can happen, where
Exactly.
the funding to help support the conference and the CTF brings out the best, certainly in
And
all of us.
I'm very proud that the state recognizes that and supports
Mhm,
the public universities, particularly
mhm.
to advance cybersecurity in the
Well,
state.
Marvin, I want to say thanks again.
Thank
Take
you.
up no more of your time. Get back to the competition.
Appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break and
All right.
be back with the next.
All right.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Yep. And I've snagged again my infamous guest here, Roman, to give us an afternoon update on how the competition's been going. So, MetaCTF competition here at CyberBay. We're in the afternoon. We are officially, as I can tell by the scoreboard, in the last hour
Yep.
of scoreable period competition. And so I must be asking you, like, how has it all gone? Obviously, the competition is not burnt to the ground. I realize as a competition organizer myself, this is definitely one of my big concerns is you're not sweating, you're smiling, you're willing to take a few minutes of your time to sit down and talk again. So everything at least must be going okay, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
So how's it been?
Yeah, I mean, things are going okay. I mean, I've run events for 400, 500 times. So at this point, even when things start burning down, you know,
It's okay.
I'm used to it. So I think, well, fortunately for this event, I mean, we definitely had a few small hiccups. I think there's some challenges that were a little bit confusing. That they have gotten solved, and so it means they're still working, still functional. We had some hiccups with King of the Hill, but that's been working
Mhm.
okay. So I think overall it's been going pretty well. We're gonna have not a lot of time to back up award the winner, so I'm gonna have to go back and
Of
start
course.
backing, even though the competition's not over yet.
Yeah.
But I think overall it's been going well.
That's great. And I definitely will re-emphasize anytime a competition organizer says, well, it's going okay or it's going good. Like that means it's amazing. All right. Because everything is not completely on fire is definitely the perspective to have. So maybe though, before I let you go, I could ask a quick question of something like, okay, we had a number of challenges. We've had some King of the Hill. Have you seen a percentage of solves that you thought you might, or anything that you've been seeing on the organizational side that has really jumped out at you as like, well,
Yeah,
that's a little bit different or kind of surprising, or I'm really happy to see that? Something you might want to highlight?
yeah. We noticed that a lot of teams, it took them a while to get started with King of the Hill, and there's only a handful of teams that have actually been able to do it. And so
Mm,
the winners are going to be determined by probably a good portion of that is going to be the King of the Hill.
mm,
And so we'll see. We haven't done the math, so we don't know
yeah.
who won, but I think it's definitely going to play a role.
So that ability to be able to go into the contested
Hmm.
environment against the other teams
Yep.
and see, can I take that box? Could be
Yep.
the deciding skill set, at least a skill set
Yep.
that sets one team apart from everyone else at the end of the day.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And as someone who enjoys that type of skill set and talking about it, I'm very happy to hear that
That's
the,
good.
the king of the hill element might be the part that sets teams apart from everyone else who was just solving the CTF. Again, I'm
Yep.
not trying to take away from the CTF, but
Yep.
it is always good to know those wild card skill sets. All right, like I said, he's a busy man. We're getting towards the end of the competition. He's got a lot to do, but I'm
That's
happy to
good.
have snagged him
Well,
and
and
here to heard a few things
thanks
from
again
you.
for coming. Well, yes, we have, let's see, 15 more minutes of the competition. Then we're gonna announce the winners at 3.
Okay.
Probably not gonna do them live stream, unfortunately, but um, yeah, but we're getting down to the wire right
Yeah,
now.
of course. All right. Well, we'll be back with our next guest. And Roman, it's been
Yeah,
awesome so far, and I'm
thank you.
sure the students in the wrap up for everyone, they're going to be really happy you took the time to put all this on. So I'm sure on behalf of all of them to you, like,
Yeah,
thanks. This has been really cool. So,
that's good.
all
Appreciate it.
right, great. And welcome back here to CyberBay, the MetaCTF Challenge. Now here late in the afternoon, I have had the opportunity to snag one of the competitors from one of the teams. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and say what team you're a part of?
Hi, I'm Thomas Brady. I'm part of the WGU Foul Owls team.
So Tom from WGU. WGU, that for those that don't know, that's Western Governors.
Western Governors University, yes, sir.
And so you're a student at WGU
Yes, sir.
studying cybersecurity specifically, or?
Yes, sir. I graduated with my bachelor's in cybersecurity and information assurance, and now I'm pursuing my master's.
Oh, very cool, very cool.
Yes, sir.
Nice. And so this is like a way to take your bachelor's experience and kind of put it into practice as you're going on to your master's and try a lot of this stuff. So,
Yes, this is the way to, gain more skills. You will learn more skills by participating in 2 or 3 of these events than you will in your whole entire bachelor's degree, master's degree, or anything else.
well, as a professor, I don't know that I'm going to agree with that entirely, but I
Yes.
can appreciate you're going to learn some things at CTFs that you will not learn in the classroom. That I will definitely agree with.
We can agree there, yeah.
Of course. But nevertheless, hey, anytime students are coming out to conferences, doing things beyond the classroom, I am certainly thrilled to hear about that.
Yes.
Maybe you could share some of that too. Just like you've been here at the conference, what outside of the CTF has maybe jumped out at you about this particular conference?
Outside of the CTF, you just have a great amount of people here.
Mhm.
You have people that just like come up and talk to you and be like,
Mhm.
hey, like, how do I get into this field? How do I get to where you're at? What school do you recommend? And that kind of stuff like that is just like the hungerness in their eyes, the passion, what I'm saying? It really is exciting to see because I mean, I have a lot of passion when it comes to cybersecurity, and to see that in younger people, there's kids, I don't know, like 17, 18 years old, right here competing
Mhm.
and probably in the top 5, top 3, probably the number 1, really, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. So that's amazing to see.
Right. They can't legally drink yet, but they certainly can teach you a lot about
They
cybersecurity.
can hack you, yes. They can probably manipulate the system to where they could drink, if they wanted
Yeah,
to.
that's right. So, but we'll keep things ethical, we'll keep things legal. But
Yeah,
anyways,
please do.
and so maybe dialing in a little bit more, you're doing cybersecurity, you're going on for your master's, and you've seen a lot of the things here. Is there a particular field or track or vendor here that's really also caught your interest for you personally, or is that still just a part of the discovery and we'll see when we get there type thing?
Well, I had a really good chat with the Rapid 7, and I went to a Rapid 7 conference and like a talk, and it was really cool. And during that time, they told how Rapid 7 actually got its name. And it was pretty cool that that I was able to figure that out. I don't know if that's documented anywhere, but it was just the number 7 train on the Rapid Express from New York, and I was like, well, that's cool.
The business is literally just named after a train.
After a train,
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
One of the most prolific cyber entities across the country, named after a train.
Yep, that's where they had the idea on the
Yeah,
train number
cool.
7. So I was like, wow, yeah, well now I know.
Yeah, there you go. That's cool. Well, I'm happy you've been able to connect with them. Again, that's one of the things I'm always happy that students, you can make those connections and it can give you that orientation, that direction for your career. All right, so we definitely want to talk about competition though, the CTF.
Yes.
You've been one of the people nose to the keyboard here since it started.
Yes.
Working away. What's it been like? Obviously, I'm not looking for you to share specific details, but anything that you're willing to share about what it's been like competing in this one.
Yeah, it's been fun. I love CTFs. I can sit in front of a keyboard for 30, 40 hours on one challenge. It's just how it is. There's so many challenges and we don't have but 4 people. So I haven't even had a chance to look at all the challenges. You kind of get sucked into one and then it's like, oh man, I need to go on to something else, but I'm so close, but if you haven't never done a CTF, you got to get in there and you got to try it because it's amazing. Like it is. I have woken my whole house up with my mother-in-law and all my wife's kids at 3:00 in the morning by capturing a flag. So yeah, it does get intense and it is fun.
That's cool. Have you had the chance to go over and see any of the vendor created challenges, any of the physical ones, or have you been mostly doing all the things that were on just accessible online?
Yeah, our best player wasn't able to make it. He had a family emergency. I hope everything's all right with him. But so I'm like the number 2 guy. So they're kind of like if they get stuck, they're like, hey, go check this out. So
I see.
I've solved a few of the challenges.
Oh, very good.
So yeah, I've got think there's only like one that we haven't solved so far. So on
Okay,
the
still
vendors
working on it.
challenge, yeah.
Very nice. All right, yeah. Definitely. Whenever you can engage with the vendors, I'm always going to be plugging that too. You know those guys.
Yes, I
So,
love the OT. There was the OT challenge, and you had to connect to a Modbus server and
yep,
like
yep.
get all the registers out, and that's all they wanted to know, just to make sure that you could read the registers. You know, I thought that was really cool to promote awareness. And platforms like TryHackMe have had an OT challenge the other day, and we had to blow up a cyber building or whatever. You know, and that was really cool. You know how they incorporated the OT into it. So I'm really excited to see CyberBay doing that as well.
Right, more of the physical type security that's adjacent to what we're oftentimes doing on the keyboard. It's like, yeah, but a lot of times there's a real world system behind that. It's not just about the computer.
Right.
And, I've definitely seen a lot of people here at this conference that are incorporating those types of examples, or it's built into the scenario that's what you're being exposed to. So it's
Right.
really cool to see.
I'll tell you, it's been really cool to see John Strand talk. He had a class on Monday, and I drove from 5 o'clock in the morning to get here, to make sure I could make that meeting, and just that whole crew is so down to earth, and I love the things that they're doing, and they're so full of passion. They're giving out backdoors and breaches, and they had their own little CTF and stuff like that. So really appreciate them for coming along.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like as a student, there's a lot for you to absorb. And hey, if it's worth of getting up at 5 a.m. drive, then hey, you know it's serious when students are willing to do that. So
yeah, my family's here. My son and wife, they're doing the little museums and all that. It's a nice little area. You've got the river, and there's all kinds of stuff for the kids and the family. You can make it a whole family event. It's a definitely, if y'all get a chance to come out to Cyber Bay, definitely do it.
yeah, that's definitely cool. Okay, so I definitely want to let you get back to your team.
Yes.
But just before I do and let you go, what right now, again, looking at the scoreboard, things have been sort of frozen at the last hour. We don't let you see the exact makeup. You're at about 11 right now. Do you think you're going to be able to break top 10 by the time the final bell rings? What are your predictions for how we're going to do here at the end of the day?
Well, there's just few challenges that still haven't been solved. So if you solve them challenges the way it does, it starts out at 500 points for the first person. So I mean, if we solve 2 or 3 of those, there ain't no telling.
That's right.
Depends on what everybody else does. You always got a shot. It's unfortunate our best teammate wasn't here because we complement so good. I'll get initial access, he'll get the flag, or he'll figure out a key, and I'll come out and get the rest of it. And,
right.
It's really cool when you find partners that work like that. And
well, I think again, without having any favorites, other than simply saying you had the courage to come on stream and talk with me, I'll say I'm certainly partial to you and your team, and your plight that you've had to overcome, being down a key leader with only 4 people. So I want to say thanks for that, but I'm gonna say with confidence, you guys should be in that top 10.
Well,
and
thank you.
You'll be able in this last few minutes, the last half hour or so of the competition, you'll be able to work through it, find one of those important flags, and earn your team some good points. So.
Absolutely. Well, as a professor, I'm sure you know a lot of classes, a lot of schools and stuff like that. Is there anything you recommend for students that want to get their master's degree? I've heard that a lot of classes, a lot of schools don't really dive in as deep. That was my
I would say,
problem.
yeah. Excuse me. From a master's perspective with schools, you really have to ask yourself 2 questions. Is the master's degree meant for someone who has a bachelor's in the same field, or is the master's degree meant for someone who has a bachelor's in an adjacent field?
Right.
And lots of schools, I'm saying there's a need for both. All right, because a lot of people, maybe I studied engineering, that's what I did for a while, and now I need a master's in cybersecurity. Other people, well, I've studied cybersecurity as my bachelor's, and now I want to continue, want to get a master's. Those are 2 fundamentally different,
way different
things to learn.
Yes.
And that's the type of question you want to ask ahead of time.
Okay.
If you're going for the master's, try to identify and ask the school, ask the professors who are there, or ask students, find students who are currently in the program, and try to figure out, is it predominantly for people who already have the foundation in cyber or not?
Okay.
Because schools are aware of that, and they usually heavily, that element will heavily influence how they design their masters. If most of the people applying to us don't have bachelors in cyber, clearly that's going to change the way that I have to teach that very first grad class that I have. So,
yes, exactly.
yeah, definitely being able to get that. Now you can hopefully align with one that fits whatever your background is and whatever your specific needs are at that level.
Exactly. I wish I had somebody explain it to me like that when I was looking, for sure. Yeah, that's great advice.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right. Well, thanks again for taking the time. I'm going to let him get back to his team. We appreciate him as well as all the other students that made the sacrifice. All right. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
So for the last time today, I'm on here to close out the CyberBay MetaCTF challenge that's been happening here in Tampa. I want to say that here at the end of the day, the competition scoring period is going to end at 2:30, which will be in just a few minutes. And from there, they will have a internal award ceremony just in a different spot. So from a stream perspective, we're not going to have that on stream. But we do have the scoreboard, and we do have the winners, of course, that will be announced on MetaCTF socials. But before all the closeout stuff happens, and before a lot of the big fancy prizes, we still wanted to just take a moment and say thank you to everyone here at CyberBay that has been able to help put this on. The sponsors of the event, and USF, of course, being one of the host entities. So this type of experience, from my perspective, is certainly the type of thing that we like to see certainly more of. And speaking on behalf of all the students that were able to make the trip, trust me, I'm sure they were thrilled. And we continue to do a good job there of cultivating the next generation of people that really can learn and take advantage of all the other larger, bigger perspectives, whether it be a military perspective or a government perspective or a private sector perspective or critical infrastructure. All of those things I've seen here firsthand in Tampa coming together at this CyberBay event to be able to help inspire those people in those pathways. So we just want to say thank you on behalf of those people. To really drive that message home that has just been a wonderful experience here over the last few days. So having said that, the scoreboard is hidden for the last hour for suspense reasons. We don't want you to necessarily be able to see, but I am seeing, at least as of roughly 40 minutes ago, there were a few of the top teams. If I just look at the top 10, it's almost all school teams, university teams. So I am definitely thrilled to give a preview or a prediction, let's say, an educated guess. My educated guess is going to be that there's going to be some really happy students that are going to be leaving out of this competition afterwards. But again, for official scores, you'll just have to check back to MetaCTF social media. That's where a lot of that stuff is going to be announced. So I also want to give a shout out to Roman. I was able to talk to him in the morning and at the end of the day for helping to organize and put this on. Even though he might say something crazy like, "Oh yeah, I've ran a whole bunch of these," and it's all just sort of, it's like, no, but still taking the time to do this one on behalf of everyone who was able to compete. Thanks, Roman, for putting a lot of that together, and everyone else at MetaCTF. That's definitely something that people can appreciate, the hard work that you guys were able to put in. Last thank you and shout out I want to give is to all the vendors. You know, we had a lot of vendors that their intention was to show up to the conference and be able to have fun and talk to people. But those that took a step further and said, "Yeah, I'll actually build a challenge that will be part of the CTF." So, thanks to you for being able to interface with all of our competitors and all of these students, and take on your challenge and experience the little learning activity that you've designed for them with your weird, crooked schemes and things for them to figure out the puzzle and all that. I'm sure the students enjoyed some of it, maybe most of it, maybe all of it. Who knows? Maybe you were really mean with your challenge, but nevertheless, thank you for doing that. So, and anyone else who I might have missed, again, thanks on behalf of everyone. CyberBay 2025, certainly big success, lots of fun, and the MetaZTF. Definitely an excellent add-on to this, to the conference. It's been a lot of fun. Can't wait to do it again. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you.